All right, good morning, everyone. This is a regular meeting of the members of the State Liquor Authority. Present today are Chairman Bradley, Commissioner Ford, General Counsel Riano, Deputy Commissioner of Licensing Held, and myself, Secretary Donahue. First item of business, if you have any, if your cell phone is on, please silence it, and please take your calls outside. The next meetings will be February 28th, which is a 3-week gap from today, then March 14th, April 4th, so there's another 3-week gap, and then April 18th. We're going to call items in the order they are signed in. First in Buffalo, then Albany, and then New York City. As your item is called, please approach the podium, speak clearly into the microphone, and please announce yourself. And if you're an attorney, if your clients are with you, get their names on the record too as well, please. Chairman, do you have anything else before we go forward?
No.
All right. The first item in Buffalo is item 273, Nana's Convenience Store, LLC.
I'm sorry, Secretary, that number is 275.
I'm sorry, hold on for a sec. That's my error. 273, yes, 273.
She said 275.
273.
So what are we doing? Is that
Was
right?
it 275, Michelle?
The matter is 0275 City
All right,
Market.
okay,
Liquor
so it's
Inc.
City Market Liquor.
Secretary, Chairman, there is opposition present for this.
Okay, we'll hear from them first.
In opposition for City Market, please step to the podium.
275.
This is you, actually. I voted for this.
Yeah.
I got it if you need it.
How is it?
Go ahead, put your name on the record and tell me what you want to say.
Thank you. Good morning, members of the board. My name is Brian Mokiver, owner of Wedge Liquors on Pine Avenue, 6/10 of a mile from City Market Liquors. I stood before you on November 8th of 2017 and opposed their relicensing. I stand before you today opposing the reconsideration of licensing City Market Liquors. Other opposition was sent to you by 3 city residents, retired Niagara Falls Police Detective, and the Pine Avenue Redevelopment Board of Directors. On November 1st, 2017, you approved a new store 6/10 of a mile south of City Market Liquors. That's 1951 Niagara Street. They have yet to open. They do have product in their store. Apparently they're waiting for some city permits. I don't know for sure. I heard they may have opened Sunday, Monday, but I can't say for sure. When you looked at the retail sales of the stores in downtown Niagara Falls, you guys stated that one of the store's numbers were about even, and the other stores had shown no growth. That pretty much explains the downtown area we all do business in with no growth. Although I have not brought in lawyers with me here today to try to explain to you what the Pine Avenue community is like, I don't need them to do that. I've been on Pine Avenue for 35 years. I know my community. I know my customers. I know their families and their children. What Mr. Singh's lawyer should focus on today is the untruthful information on their previous application and using your words, the lies, and the overseas bank account Mr. Singh apparently used. Mr. Singh says that him and his wife are the only 2 employees in their, quote, mom and dad store. I find that hard to believe. You stated their yearly sales volume at the November 8th board meeting. That's 2 people, 14 hours a day, and 6 for 6 days, and 9 hours on Sunday. Think about that. Since I started opening on Sundays, I've had to hire 2 more people. I am a hands-on owner. I work my store. Finally, what has changed since the November 8th meeting? You still have 4 licensed stores within a mile and a half of each other. City Market trying to become the 5th. Creative Liquors in their section of town, that's 1951 Niagara Street, I believe is a public convenience and advantage to that end of the community. City Market at this point, in my opinion, creates no public advantage to our community. I thank you, gentlemen, for your time today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Anyone else?
Morning, board members. My name is Paul Moriarty, owner of Third Street Liquors in Niagara Falls. I just keep mine short and sweet. I'd just like to say that I've had a license for 30 years, and you try to do everything right. And when you do make a mistake, it's been wrong. So they still haven't proved where they haven't gotten the money from, and that's just a blatant regard to the rules for you gentlemen. And I just like to say there's just too many stores in Niagara Falls. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else on this matter?
Is the applicant there?
Yeah, we're here.
We're here.
Mr. Chairman. Yes, we are. Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Commissioner. I'm Joel Daniels, and this is Jake Perkowski, and we are the attorneys for the applicant. The applicant is here with me, Mr. Singh.
He's also joined by his wife, who's here, who is the other employee at the store. We asked for
What's changed since it was denied?
Sure, I think there's 2 really important things to discuss. When we were here for our last application, there was some conversation about this Creative Liquors, which at the time, which was just mentioned by the opposition. It's unclear if that store is open or not open. I've been to the store. It has bars on the
Well,
windows.
I don't know that that's really relevant because it is licensed, so. Well, it's
understand.
obvious that they intend on opening if they're not open.
I agree, except for that they've been licensed, from what I understand, since November. So it seems like an unusually long time to wait to actually open the store.
It would to someone who hasn't done a lot of these, but it's not unusually long.
I understand. The other thing that I think is very important is that we spoke about the NCCC liquor store as one of the 4 closest stores. It's the actual license name is College Association of NCCC, Inc. That store, which I also visited, is inside of a culinary institute that's attached to the community college, which is Niagara County Community College, NCCC. And that store is roughly 600 square feet and primarily sells either New York State wine or wine made by the students from the culinary school. Their sales, which I foiled, roughly top out around $30,000 a year. It's a very small specialty store that really only garners to the folks in the culinary school. When I went to visit this store, it's really important to note that the entire block was under construction and I couldn't enter through the main entrance. So from the casual observer, to walk into that store probably wouldn't happen for the time being. I understand this project is going to go on, through the summer, and I think this is really significant because I don't think that our store coming back into the original location with the same footprint is going to be a detriment to public convenience. It served it well for a long time. The other applicants, both of which provided opposition, had very strong sales while we were in business, and will continue to have very strong sales while we're in business.
Just a couple of other things we'd like to add. We understand the Commission's concerns. The gentleman who spoke on behalf of Wedge has been there for a long time. He has a very, very large store. He has, I believe, almost 5 separate aisles. He does a big, big business. The bottom line is that we are not in any way going to interfere with his business. The other gentleman who spoke from 3rd Street, that's about a mile away. That's an entirely different area. 3rd Street is for tourists, and a lot of the students from Niagara University and NCCC, they may go there. Pine Avenue is a walk-by area. It's a strong neighborhood. There's plenty of business for everybody there. We were there for 6 years. We've done very, very well. We are a mom and pop. Mr. Singh and his wife, they operate the business by themselves. They're there 7 days a week. Not only is our store been there for 6 years and not in any way going to impair or interfere with other stores in that area, but this is a significant hardship for us not to reopen. We have almost $400,000 of inventory that's been sitting there. We paid for it, and we've been closed for 5 months.
Well,
So
you weren't closed, you were canceled.
Yes, but we
Well,
we
so
haven't been-
the hardship is really yours, not, it's not really my concern. You were canceled for a good reason.
Well, I understand what your comments are, Mr. Chairman, but this is a store that is valued in this neighborhood. We have a lot of loyal customers. Again, we've been there 6 years. The Wedge store is down 6/10 or 7/10 of a mile away from us. In no way are we going to interfere with their business. They do plenty of business. The other store, Cameron, we were there for 4 years before they opened up. And our clients, they came here 30 years ago. They worked hard. They live in the area. They live around the corner. And this is their whole life. This is everything they have. They own the building. They work hard there. They're 7 days a week. And they run a very, very clean, good operation. It's an open floor plan. There's no bulletproof glass there. There's some product behind the counter. But we try to run things very, very well there. And
What
I
were they,
think
what were they canceled for?
The cancellation was as a result of some errors on the application, in the renewal application.
it's all fixed.
Errors
we
or
s-
misrepresentations?
Well, in our opinion, they were errors.
Yeah.
And we've submitted documentation to show anything regarding the money, where it came from, anything, all of that was well borne out. But the charges were upheld, and we understand why. So that's why
Had
we're
to do
making
with
the
the
application.
financing, if I remember right, it did.
There were loans from family members due to some money that was tied up in a bank account in India. We provided personal questionnaires for all of those individuals. We provided all of the bank statements from India. It was all accounted for, and that was never in question. But what was accurate was that wasn't originally documented, and so that's why we were canceled.
In fact, the application indicated all the money came from him. Correct?
That's correct, and that is actually correct, except for roughly, I think it was
So
$30,000.
that's not really an error.
Well, I would disagree, Chairman, respectfully, because the money was tied up in a bank in India. He received loans from friends. There was no interest. They had provided no ownership of the
I
business.
know, but do you, we're getting into semantics here that I don't want to go too far afield on, but do you understand why we asked those questions?
Absolutely.
And
Absolutely.
he didn't answer them accurately, which would make it a misrepresentation,
That's right.
which
And I would argue
avoided our ability to actually do what we're supposed to do here, which is ensure that
understand.
we don't have multiple people owning liquor stores.
That's right. And there was no multiple ownership there.
I
And
get,
think
I understand that, but it wasn't an error. But can I have 2 seconds?
Yes, I need to talk to also.
Sorry.
All right, we're back on the record now.
All right.
Do you have any questions?
No, I'm good.
So you guys have anything else?
I think it's just important to note how vital this store is to my clients. And
No,
that this was
I get that.
I understand that.
and if I may, one other thing, I think it's important to note that this was a licensed liquor store prior to us purchasing it. This has been a liquor store for a very long time. The idea that it's going to serve some detriment to the community is just not borne out by the history of the neighborhood.
Okay. I would vote to reconsider, and since I voted to approve last time, I would vote to approve again. Because I did indicate the last time, or I believe that there was not, even though it was a misrepresentation, there was not multiple ownership.
My concerns are that a new store has recently opened and that 3 of the 4 sales are declining. And so I'm sorry.
Commissioner, if I may, on the sales, I apologize to interrupt, but the records that I foiled seem to be showing that they're either holding steady or improving. Am I incorrect in that?
I said
The-
3 and 4. And I don't have that in front of me right now, so I apologize.
In the numbers that were provided as of 2017 were prior to the holiday season. I think all of the stores are showing very strong sales through the end of last year. And routinely, I represent a lot of liquor stores, and a lot of them will tell me that 40 to 50% of their sales come between Thanksgiving and the end of the year.
You just have to go back forward. Give me just a second here. All right. I'm going to change my mind here, and I'm going to vote to approve. I did go back and look at the tape of this hearing, and my intentions really were to continue with the denial, but since he's reopening a business, I'm going to vote to approve. So there you go.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, thank you.
Next item is in Buffalo and New York, 261, Seth Olney.
Morning, distinguished members.
Good morning.
Thank you.
Michelle, do we have opposition up there?
There is opposition present.
So can you put your name on the record?
Seth M. Olney, The Olney Place, Market and Deli.
Okay. And is there anyone up there for you, or you?
My attorney, Jessica Bryant.
Oh, can you put your name on the record?
Attorney Jessica Bryant for proprietor Seth Olney, and I will move to defer to the opposition at this time.
Okay.
If you'd like to speak, step up to the podium and state your name clearly.
Mr. Olney, you can sit down. I'm imagining this is going to take a while.
Thank you.
Good morning, I'm Tom Murrin. I'm the chairman of the Town of Barrington Zoning Board of Appeals. And I'm here today to make sure that the board understands that the Olney Place, or Mr. Olney, never received or applied for even permission to have any use of the site for on-premises consumption of liquor, either in the earlier application in 2013 or in this current modification. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Are you saying
I'm
all
sorry.
this time he's been serving, he had no,
He has never applied for or received a special use permit for operation of the Olney Place as a bar or a restaurant. That's right. There was some confusion in 2013 about whether the town of Barrington regulations applied, because I think the board understood that he was located in the village of Penn Yan.
That's correct, but Didn't he build the building?
I'm sorry, he built the building, yeah.
And didn't
he had?
Did you ever go in the store?
Yes, I did.
And did you see people drinking?
Yes, I did. And we served him with a notice of violation and.
When?
In 2015.
So 2 years later.
Yeah.
And that violation was in relation to the alteration. It wasn't in relation to the store.
That's true, but the original permit never had approval of the municipality with authority.
Okay.
So how is it zoned right now, sir?
It is in the Lake Residential District, which has uses without special permit of residences, schools, museums, and a few other entries, but nothing about hotels or restaurants.
But from 2013, even before he was serving alcohol, he was serving food, correct?
Food and takeout beer, off-premises consumption, yes.
And people were eating the food on the premises, as well as takeout.
Right.
Which, in my mind, is a restaurant.
It was a deli and a grandfathered use, so that he didn't need a special use permit when he first opened. That's correct. That's from 2008.
But now he does.
He always should have had, yeah, and he never did.
Well, it's either grandfathered in or it isn't.
It's not grandfathered, definitely
You just
not
said it
grandfathered.
was.
There was no on-premises consumption prior to 2008.
But you just told me that a special use permit does not apply to a restaurant. He's been a restaurant
Yes,
since
it
he
does.
opened, correct?
No, a special use permit does apply to a restaurant. I'm sorry, I misstated there. His grandfathered use was for a deli and AX liquor license.
That's not what the court found.
The court the appeal in that case hasn't been heard yet. That's due to be heard on February 20th.
But we
I'd
have
at least
we have a Supreme Court decision that indicated that based on.
There's an appellate court appeal pending.
I
that will be
understand
heard on
that, but
February 20th.
you're ignoring the Supreme Court decision that already stands, and that judge already ruled that he did have a special use permit for the inside as a restaurant, correct?
That was an error, yes.
Well, in your opinion,
I think
I'm sure
that's
the
why-
judge disagrees with you.
Yeah.
Okay, so I think I understand what you're saying. Is there anyone else up there?
Are there any other, yeah, if there's no other questions, we'll let the next guy appear.
Okay.
Okay.
Sue Lang from the town of Barrington, councilwoman. I would like to ask you not to make a decision at this point until a hearing on the appeal happens and they make a decision. We are only contesting the part of the decision that you were referencing, that because he was serving food, he was a restaurant.
Did anyone apply for a restraining order or a stay
There is a stay in process, yes. And you
against the granting of a liquor license?
There's a stay by the court, which you should have received notification from our attorney
Well, I didn't.
on.
We don't have any indication that there's any stay from the judge's decision pending the appeal.
Well, I have a copy of a letter that was sent by, I believe, email on February 1st.
Did we get that?
Included information about the stay. Which I can, brought it with me and give it to you. There were, I think it was total number of pages was 149.
Do you have
but
that?
I have the initial.
Can you get Jamie on the?
We are in court on the 20th. for oral arguments on the appeal.
I understand that, but you're in a mid-level appeal court, which could take several months, and then if you don't like that decision, you could possibly go to the Court of Appeals, which could take several years.
And we're not going beyond this.
Hmm.
It's another part of that is that you referenced the judge's decision. And I noticed on your website that Mr. Only is claiming seating for 16 on the rear deck. And the judge ruled in the town's favor that there can be no seating on that deck. So if you approve a license for him, it should not include the deck.
Okay. Can we look to see if we have that letter?
Yeah, I'm gonna call Jamie.
Are you, did you send it, or did Mr., was it Malcolm, your attorney, send it?
Oh, Jamie's right.
Mr. Malcolm sent it.
There is a substantial submission from him.
Yeah, no, I read that, but we don't have anything from the, we don't have an order from the court that indicates there's a
No, I do not have an
stay.
order from the court, but he mentions the stay in the first part of his letter.
Jamie Gallagher, are you there?
I'm here.
Can you get to the microphone?
Yes, can you hear
Are
me?
you aware of this or no?
I'm not aware of a stay. I was just handed a letter. I have not had an opportunity to read it. Ms. McCullough is scanning it and sending it to Christopher right now.
No, I think we have the letter she's referring to. I read it, if it's from their attorney.
I do not have a copy of a stay signed by a judge.
Okay. Thank you.
So we would appreciate it if you would delay a decision until after the court rules. They have 60 days, which would bring it, their ruling must be within 60 days, which would bring it to towards the end of April. And Mr. Only doesn't normally open for business until April.
Okay, thank you. Is there anyone else there?
Yes. Good morning. My name is Donald Banzaf, B-A-N-Z-H-A-F. I own 822 East Lake Road. Mr. Only is at 823 East Lake Road, so we are unfortunately close neighbors. When I purchased my home in 2010, the store was there and the back was a complete empty wall except for one tiny little window. Subsequent to that, he has done some things that have had a very harmful effect on the neighborhood. I will admit to some confusion this morning because what I got was an application for permission to make alterations received by SLA December 26, 2017. And I said, gee, he wants to make more alterations. And then I looked at it and it says alterations to the premises have already been completed. So he was submitting a request for permission for something that was done in 2014. I frankly didn't understand that.
Well, either did we, and we fined him for it.
I said that again, you did?
I said
didn't hear
we
you.
didn't understand it either, but we fined him for it.
Okay. So that was since December 26 or prior to that?
Prior to that.
Okay. When the board tries to make a decision about issuing a license, you look for somebody with some integrity and whose word can be believed. Mr. Only is the opposite of that. He has made a practice of being untruthful on many occasions. For instance, he never asked permission from the town to install a tap room. He said he wanted a 20 by 30 room addition to be used for extra seating and storage. From the beginning, he used it as a tap room, and as far as I know, it's been illegal for the 3 years he used it.
What's
He never got permission.
the difference between a tap room and extra seating for the customers?
A tap room is where you serve alcoholic beverages within the room. Seating for the customers would imply that they get the beer at the counter and then sit down and have a sandwich and a beer.
But he was already serving the beer to customers inside, correct?
But he never used the word tap room, sir.
Did anyone ask him?
Excuse me?
Did anyone ask him?
I don't know that.
I have a good feeling.
So the difference is that a customer taking the beer to sit down and eat their lunch or having him serve it in the room, that's the difference?
Yeah.
Are you asking me?
Yes.
Yeah.
I don't know the answer to that.
Yeah.
I do.
All right, okay.
In addition to putting up the 20 by 30 room addition for which he got permission, he also installed a deck of about 385 square feet. As far as I can tell, he never told the town he wanted to do that, and it cannot be found in any application to various agencies in Yates County, including Barrington. The unfortunate thing is that the deck is about 140 to 150 feet from a couple of the homes, so we have suffered from noise, intrusion of our property, intrusion into our private. We have no longer been able to have peaceful enjoyment of our property. A couple of more comments and then I'll stop.
Well, can you
On the
explain,
original
well, before you go into the next thing, can you explain how your peaceful enjoyment's being disturbed? How many people are on the deck or in the room, or, like, what's the most people you've seen in this place?
I've seen 12 people on the deck talking, smoking,
12?
commenting to us, and at times they have thrown things at our home and beer bottles at us.
Off the deck?
Yes, sir.
What are they throwing?
They have thrown some bottles and eggs at my property.
Okay.
On the original application, on the top of page 10, describe the area where the premises is to be located. He was given a choice of residential, business, or shopping mall. He chose business. It's not in a business district, it's in a residential district. 1A, state what the area is zoned for. He was given a choice of residential, business, or mixed. What did he choose? Mixed. It is not mixed, it is residential. So this man is able to skirt around the truth by saying things that are not true, and I would hope that the board would look at the possibility of your having issued him a license with fraudulent or at least inaccurate information on at least a couple of his applications.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Chairman, I have
Hold on.
some, Chairman,
ahead.
I have some clarification on that letter.
Okay.
The letter references an attorney's argument that the application should be stayed because there is an appeal pending. It does not reference a stay being issued by a judge.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
To a few points.
Hold on. Is there anybody else in opposition?
No, Your Honor. Well, someone's present, but I don't believe he intends to speak.
Okay, go
There's
ahead.
no other opposition present.
Before my attorney picks up, just to clarify a few points. The violation that was served by the town was not issued until July 4th, on my busiest day of the year of 2016, a full 3 months after the filing of my Article 78 petition. Up until that time, there was never one complaint from the neighbors directly to me via email, telephone, or by agent. There was never police investigation or police involvement in any matter. I've never been aware of anybody throwing beer bottles. As a matter of fact, we do as best we can as to either serve in cans or glasses. I've never heard one time any complaint of any type. Lastly, the store has been there since 1930. Zoning in Barrington did not begin until the 1980s. So that grandfathering in is solely to my location, as well as one other, the Viking Hotel, which is several miles down the street.
So who gave you permission to build a deck?
The deck came with permission in December of 2013. I was told in the application by John Griffin, the former code enforcement officer, to include in the actual application, the verbal application, the parts that were going to be under air. And in the full renderings that were submitted both to you all as well as the town at the time, very visually included the layout of the deck as well as the plans, which have always included the deck. They're only referring to the verbal portion, the written portion of the application.
Okay. What are the hours that your deck is open?
The store is open 7 days a week, opening at 7 a.m. The latest we've ever stayed open and is agreed upon in our special use permit is 10 p.m., and that happens about a handful of weekends throughout the summer. Otherwise, we close at 9 at the very latest.
And what's the deck capacity? Gentleman said he's seen like 12
Ultimately,
people.
our application is for 16. It would equal four top seats. Originally, because we have an existing license from before, which included my 2,400 square foot store, as well as the adjacent front porch. The porch was the only conduit to the side lawn, which is an additional 6,000 square feet, also overlooking where we have been enjoying beer and cider only for the past 5 seasons.
What are you asking about, the inside or the outside?
The outside. I'm asking about
The outside deck was actually at a suggestion to your office back in 2013 when I made the application, only because they liked to see something that was away from the street and allowing a conduit to get from the store to the lawn area, both of which are permitted spaces with the store.
But that wasn't on your original planning board application, correct? I mean, I read all the minutes, and it seems like they're only talking about the 20 by 30 foot room.
That's That's on the written portion of the application. All the visuals include, as well as the diagrams, include the space for the deck adjacent to it.
But you were asking them to approve a special use permit for the room. There was no mention of the deck, correct? In the written part?
In the written portion, yes.
Okay.
That was per the instruction of the former code enforcement officer.
Okay.
Who's been recently let go.
Oh. And music situation, do you have any?
We've had live music in the side lawn on Saturday, Sunday afternoons since the inception of my store, going back to 2008. I've provided photos for that as well. There is no noise ordinance in the town of Barrington. The town told me that I had to get a permit. I went through the entire application process, including county, received approval from all of them. That was later rescinded due to these erroneous complaints made by very few of my neighbors. The application for the music was for live entertainment twice a month, ending at 7 p.m.
And you weren't serving out there, right?
Where's that?
On the lawn?
In the lawn, which is an approved space already.
Oh, it is already licensed?
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
Always has been, since 2013. And that's kind of the irony of all this, is that we have this gigantic lawn adjacent to, which is even closer to the homes than what we're being told. Mind you, these homes live, they're spaced 20 feet apart from each other. My store is 43 yards from the nearest structure.
And when's the music start and end?
Mid-afternoon. I've never had any music in needing of lights or any sort of outdoor lighting in that sense. Always under daylight.
When you say music, what kind of music? Folk guitar?
Everything from
rock
folk guitar,
bands
my
or
family's bluegrass bands,
Yeah.
nothing ever out of poor taste. I would never do anything with my property or my person to harm another property or another person, including my neighbors.
Okay.
Do you want to add anything?
Briefly, Your Honor, although my client apparently did a fantastic job without his attorney, but
Yeah,
I will note...
I wouldn't send a bill because you're not getting paid.
Your Honor, I do accept payment in sandwiches and beer once that is fully legal on the property. But I will note, Your Honor, that my client did, in addition to sending in the applications for his live music, he did at one time have an application to the town for the seating on the deck that was approved and then unanimously approved at the county level and then again kind of kicked back later on. I will note that in addition to no noise ordinance, there is also no ordinance regulating where tables and chairs and things like that can be. So the legal argument tends to say that anything that would be allowed in a residential district should be allowed at this store. He is a grandfathered in use. He originally had a full commercial license. Later, the permits, say different things because of the code enforcement officer and some confusion at the time. But I would note, Your Honor, that the law that is applicable here is the ABC law, and 110-B specifically requires that only businesses in the Manhattan area provide notice of alteration applications. And in fact, we did provide notice twice. We never had any objections, and again, no violations until after we sued. And so I would note that our strongest legal argument on appeal, which we feel confident will be upheld, is that because there is no notice requirement, essentially it's not contemplated that local municipalities can complain when some additional structure is built that doesn't really change the nature of the store. It's untrue that he did not ask for permission and did not receive a special use permit. In fact, the language of his application, which was assisted in the drafting with the code enforcement officer, said expansion of existing special use. And the existing special use included retail service and consumption of beer on premises in the original store and on the lawn. So I would note that the deck was a required necessity because if you exit the door of the new additional structure, you would fall down to the ground a story below. Originally, the original idea for the whole thing wasn't even an enclosed addition in the first place, and he had gone through months and months and months of working out a plan that would hopefully make everyone happy, but we've learned that we can't do that. I will note there have never been any substantiated claims. This is the first time hearing of a bottle being thrown, and there are no pictures or sworn affidavits of eggs or anything of that nature. Essentially, we respectfully state that the town board members that are here today are the minority of the town board that is not representative of either the other town board members or the townspeople, who in fact voted 80% in favor of the Olney place when they were charged with repealing the dry laws this past November.
That's not true. It was not for the only place, ma'am.
Well,
We're not going to get an argument about that, but it was 80-20, I'm aware of that. Whether it's for him or just for the town is arguable.
Yes. And I will note, Your Honor, that the CEQA review that was completed by the code enforcement officer when all of these measures, including the two that were later kind of repealed by the town, the music and the chairs, those reviews all confirmed that the code enforcement officer checked the boxes saying that all necessary permits were in place and that the requested use was in conformity with the Barrington Comprehensive Plan. And so I will note that this late argument that they never gave permission is, again, a purely legal argument that only came about long after the filing of a lawsuit. And we would respectfully request that any delay at this point is, again, a desperate attempt by some members of the town board who have evidenced their intent to tell the appellate court that if in fact you decided to hold off on your decision, that should be deemed as rendering the appeal moot. And here we go in a chicken or egg fight that essentially could last even longer. So I will, of course, answer any questions that you have, but I respectfully request that you approve this alteration application on behalf of my client.
So is it correct that when the original special use application and then permit came into being that there was no written permit granted? It's just they do it through board minutes?
Yes, Your Honor. Unfortunately, this town hasn't really been in the business of producing a permit. There are no other businesses in the town of Barrington that have a physical paper permit that they can produce. And in fact, similar businesses have received permits to serve alcohol. There are a couple of brothers that own a collection of properties in the Lake Residential District that host weddings with a full catered liquor service. There is a hotel present that I'm sure real estate investors are waiting to see how this all pans out before they determine whether they'll be able to serve alcohol. And if they're claiming that the town code doesn't allow alcohol because it's not one of the specifically listed allowed uses, that's a very difficult argument to hear, because essentially they're attempting to spot zone my client because none of the other alcohol-related businesses in the town of Barrington put tap room, wine counter, or anything of the like in their special use applications, if they even ever made one.
In addition to the special use permits omitted by Mr. Mirren, they also include golf course, resorts, and hotels allowed within the Lake Residential District. So he is merely picking me out specifically, and they're using the argument of prohibition per se in a town that was completely dry to begin with.
But none of these things are memorialized in any way. They're just basically or previously were basically in the minutes of the board.
Yes, Your Honor, and I will note, relative to the deck, this is very important because the town board confirmed in writing, and it's a part of our lawsuit and was a part of Judge Bender's decision, that there was a statement that said it was understood at the outset, and this is actually spoken by Mr. Mirren, who's here today. It was understood at the outset that the deck and the addition were to be used in the same fashion as the lawn. And that was at a question when I attended an early meeting and said, does anyone actually remember what was approved here? Because nobody can produce a physical paper permit to say what the town in fact approved. And he confirmed that that was the understanding, that the addition and the deck were to be an extension of the lawn. And at that time, the lawn was a licensed premise where people could consume beer.
So right now, if the lawn, you get to that lawn through the steps, right? Or through the deck and down the steps?
Through the front porch.
That's correct.
Which is also
and
licensed.
Through the front porch,
Oh, okay,
right.
so there is a contiguous.
The front porch in the store, the store is 40 by 60. There's an 8-foot porch that comes off the east side of that toward Route 54, the state highway. That has always been the conduit to the lawn,
Okay.
which was
All
also...
right, so if the deck is eliminated, you're still going to have a conduit to the lawn?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yes, Your Honor. Although, as my client somewhat referenced, I believe that was the hope, was to create a safer space for that conduit that wasn't adjacent to a parking lot, because it is a fairly narrow entrance to the lawn through the front porch when there's families and dogs and kids and things of that nature. So this was a way of expanding that.
Where's the additional bar that you're asking for? Where's that supposed to go?
The additional bar already exists within
It's
the
up in the
tap
tap
room,
room.
within the 20 by 30 space that's been approved to build, and I'm here asking for
It's in the new room.
the amendment there today. The second bar is that one, because they're saying the first bar is the counter register area, because you can technically now buy a beer, open it, and that is where you purchase it. So according to your own wording, that's licensed as a
Understood, okay,
bar
I got
one.
it.
Anything else?
Anything else? Anyone?
Mr. Chairman, if I
Yes,
may,
sure. Could you just step
rise in
as...
opposition
Wait, I
again.
need you to get it to the microphone.
Yeah. There is by now some confusion about the process for commercial use applications in Barrington. If there is no commercial zone in the town of Barrington, and if a commercial use is contemplated, an applicant is supposed to fill out an application for a special use permit stating what that describing that special use. And Mr. Olney did make an application for a special use permit for the addition to his building in 2013. 2013, I believe.
December 27th, 2013.
Okay.
And that application described the use of the addition as additional seating for the deli and additional merchandising space.
But here's my problem with that.
Never
He's already serving beer in the
No,
deli.
he wasn't serving beer at the time, and he never mentioned use of the addition for on-premises consumption.
Are you serving beer in the deli?
My original EB license came from me on June 28th, 2013.
So he's already serving beer in the deli. He's telling you, and I realize that up there you guys decide not to memorialize anything, which is your business, but he's
No,
already
there
serving
should-
beer in the deli. He's telling you we need extra seats for our customers. Do you think he's going to stop them from walking into the room where they're eating and say, okay, you can come in because you're not drinking, but you can't?
We do memorialize, as Ms. Bryant.
But
Bryant
you
put
understand
it.
how nonsensical that is. He told you he was going to seat customers there. What did you think they were going to be doing?
Okay.
Right? You knew they were going to come in there and eat.
Yep.
So if they're drinking, they're going to drink too. Now, whether he's serving out there or not, those are questions that need to be asked. They don't need to be asked here. They need to be asked at the time you're granting the permit.
I think
They
it's
weren't
possible.
asked.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
That's my understanding, and I think that was the judge's understanding, having read the decision.
May I make two further comments, please?
Yeah, let's wrap
Yes.
this up, please.
Again, Mr. Only displays how he skirts the truth. His store is never open past 10 o'clock. That is simply untrue. We see lights on at 11, 12. There can be parties going on till 1 o'clock.
Well, we can handle that.
Misstatement number two, no one has come to him to complain. The reason folks don't complain to him is that he has a vicious temper, was so bad at one point that he was asked to leave one of the town board meetings in Barrington, and the sheriff was about to be called, or actually called, to get him out. No one is going to confront Mr. Only face to face because he is arrogant and threatening and hostile, but there have been multiple complaints against his store that have been voiced with the town and the state. So
Not with
that's
us.
the truth.
We don't have any. We have none. Zero. And he's been open since 2013.
I have written SLA at least half a dozen letters, sir.
Once
You
this
don't have them?
application went in, you did, but prior to that, we had no issue with him other than the alteration.
But you're looking at issuing a new permit today, or a new bar. I want you to consider what I'm just telling you today. He's not a good neighbor.
Okay.
Thank you.
As you can see from the diagram, I did submit it. If you need copies, I have them as well.
No, I mean, it's obvious that there's an enormous amount of vitriol over this, and I don't know, I would assume everybody's to blame. And you all have to live together, and it's obviously a small town, and I come from a small town, and this doesn't help anybody.
1,600 people in the town total, 809 registered voters, 439 of them
So that, I mean, you know, so these are, at the end of the day, they are your neighbors, and
55% voter turnout, of which...
I understand that, but not everybody, and you're not going to make everybody happy, but you would, I would hope that they could all be cordial to each other. And I have received, it sounds like we've got a letter from a quarter of the village, because that's the number of letters we've had one way or the other on this, probably more than that.
It's got to be one of the biggest packets. I've been here a year and a half. Biggest ones I've ever seen.
It is, it's the biggest one in 3 years for me, so.
So,
I apologize.
No, you don't need to apologize. It just is obvious
I-
that
I
there's
would-
a
I would
great
take-
deal
I would-
of,
Based on the record of the vote, I would assume that the overwhelming majority of the stack of those letters are in my favor as well. I have some excellent
no,
comments.
but you have a strong support, don't get me wrong, but there are a number that aren't.
Yep.
But that's just my opinion. All right,
I'm ready to vote.
go ahead.
You already have the room. I think we're almost splitting hairs with semantics about whether you can drink in it or not. I see the deck as probably a safer conduit for folks getting down on the beach we were talking about. I'm sorry.
Just the side lawn, absolutely.
Not the beach, the lawn.
Yep.
We have no complaints about it whatsoever until all of this started.
Correct.
I mean, we can go back and forth to this forever about what was said, what was filed, whenever. At this point, as far as the SLA, I would like to make a decision here and move forward with this. And then you guys can continue hashing this out on your own, but I'm going to vote to approve.
What are we approving?
I'm approving the additional bar, sanctioning that, right?
Which is the room?
Which is the room.
As well as the deck?
Mr. Olney, please.
Okay, sorry. I'm approving that, and I'm also, I mean, the deck is open anyway, so if you can go down to the lawn with a drink, if you can go out one door and get there, why can't you go across the deck and get there? It just doesn't make sense to me. But I do want to insist that outdoor liquor sales there, whatever else, beer, whatever, stops at 9 o'clock, one way or the other. So I'm willing to approve on those terms.
So you're approving the deck till 9 o'clock?
Yes.
The inside until when?
The inside until 10.
I
That's
can
what
live with that.
you said you close at 10 now, usually?
I've always closed at 10. Any lights they would have seen, I am there. I practically live in that store, so,
So let's say you close inside at 10 and outside by 9.
Commissioner
Is the
Sullivan.
is the deck approved for egress and ingress or for tables and people staring at the people who live below?
Commissioner, is the 9 o'clock service or consumption ends at 9?
Consumption ends at 9.
That's just a deck or the whole outside?
The whole outside, yeah. Whole outside. What was your question again, sir? I'm sorry.
I asked if the deck, I'm sorry, I asked if the deck is allowed, approved for egress and ingress, which was approved prior, several months ago, or are you allowing him to have 4 tables and 16 chairs in a residential neighborhood? With all the noise
Well,
and clutter?
he unilaterally, he can't approve anything, so.
There are already 6 approved picnic tables outdoors, which
Yeah,
are.
so I mean, I read, it, you know, we did read all of this, and the one thing I read multiple times is the judge's decision. And, you know, he seems to be as perplexed as I am about how this zoning board operated, because really it's your word against theirs about what was approved, which is amazing to me. But he did find that the room, he believes, was clearly meant and understood to be operated the way you have built it. So I'm going to find that as well and allow you to serve the beer in the room with the tables. He also clearly decided that it wasn't obvious that you indicated to the Zoning Board of Appeals that you were going to serve on the deck. So I'm not going to allow tables on the deck. I will allow you to have people walk out there and drink, but there's not going to be seating out there. And then, because it doesn't make sense to me, just like Commissioner Ford said, that you should be able to get to the lawn from one door and not from the other. So really, it should just be a transition area, and if they want to stand out there and drink, that's fine. But there's no service out there, there's no tables.
I understand your point.
If they come back, if the I don't know if anybody appealed that, but if they did and it comes back differently.
The diagram that I provided actually allows.
Well, I'm just going on what he said.
Sure. But if I may add, the tables and chairs would actually mitigate the amount of space of people that would be allowed to stand against the rail.
They're voting, so.
Okay, I apologize.
I mean, he ruled that he doesn't believe that there is a special use permit for service on that deck, and I'm going to agree with him. He spent a lot more time on this than I did. And until you get that approval from the town, which I don't know whether you will be able to or not, I would change it if you do get it. And I'm going to go with Commissioner Ford at 9 o'clock outside and 10 o'clock inside.
Right, so it's 10 o'clock closing inside. Outside, Commissioner, are you okay with the?
He doesn't have to close the inside, he just can't see, he's got to stop service.
Stop serving?
Inside, outside is done.
Serving and consumption?
Yes.
At 10?
Yes.
Okay.
But I mean, if he wants to still sell sandwiches or whatever,
Commissioner, for the deck then, are you agreeable to Chairman Bradley's condition about the no tables, no service?
Yes.
now if the appeal comes back and you lose, and the Court of Appeals finds you don't have a special use permit, then obviously this is all, this whole thing is conditioned on this staying the same, so. But since there's no stay, I don't see the point in waiting.
All right, so I think we're all agreed.
So just to finally clarify, if somebody is standing on the deck drinking a beer,
They're fine.
that is still fine.
Yeah, yep.
I thank you for
They
your time.
can't be served, they can't sit, there's no tables, but they can be drinking.
We've never had servers. The idea of being served was, again, in the semantics of the zoning code, which is,
No, and I mean, hopefully that everything, because of this, I'm sure they're all analyzing whether they should change the zoning procedures at least. I hope they are, because if they're not, you guys are heading down a
I think you're also going to have.
dark hole.
Yeah, it's incumbent upon you to make sure nobody's on the deck tossing beers at anybody or misbehaving in any way.
I would never allow that to happen.
All right, good luck.
All right.
Thank you to everybody.
Got one more item in Buffalo, 294, Trash Room LLC.
Good morning, members of the board. Attorney Michael Allen on behalf of Press Room LLC. I'm unaware of any opposition in this matter.
So, well, there's not opposition except from us.
Yes, that's correct.
Just us. Details.
That counts.
Well, normally I would expect the opposition to go first, and so.
Is your client there or no?
He is not here with me today. I am here in his stead.
Is this, if we do this, it's going back to licensing board?
Yes.
All right. So what was going on here? He was having happy hour? I'm going to tell you, we don't show up at places unless we get a complaint. And the complaint we were getting was he was having parties before he was open.
Well, this was a misunderstanding on my client's behalf of the process.
What, the misunderstanding that he couldn't serve liquor without a license?
Well, he doesn't come from a bar or restaurant background, and he kind of took this thing up on his own and went forward with it, which obviously is not advisable. So on that particular day, on October 17th, it was a Syracuse versus Clemson game. He had a couple of his, a bunch
That's
of his...
the day he got caught.
Yes, that's correct.
Well, the day we heard about it was August 3rd. So that clearly is well before October, which means to me he was doing it for every football game?
Well, I don't know if he did it for every football game, but he
home
certainly did it
football
for
games.
Twice is more than enough.
Okay.
Well, he
So,
received conditional approval for the temporary permit back in August.
I'm sorry?
He received approval for the conditional, for the temporary permit in August. So
It was
that was
July.
one of the misconceptions, is that the conditional approval letter wasn't okay to serve?
It was, and he had, he had thought that because it was a private party, and I understand that an investigator was able to go in and not purchase, but obtain a beer. He had thought that since it was a private party, that it was his friends and family members that, he somehow was not serving publicly, and that he wasn't in violation of the rules. Certainly ignorance and naivete.
I assume you were not working with him then?
I was not. I've only
You
recently
are going to be working with him going forward?
Absolutely will, yes.
All right, I'll grant reconsideration. Go back to licensing.
You want us to act on the temporary permit again?
Yes.
Okay.
So he was giving away.
Hold on.
Wait, you got another vote.
Give it away.
All right, so were these SU games by any chance?
They were.
All right, back to licensing.
But they were, They were cheering for Clemson, though.
Not if they're cheering for Clemson,
They
though.
were not cheering for Clemson, I can
All
assure
right.
you of that. Not in Syracuse, anyways.
No, that's why the students weren't at the game. I watched that game. They were all in his restaurant.
All right. Michelle, I don't have anything else in Buffalo?
There's no other matters in Buffalo.
All right, we're all set then. We're going to move to Albany, 205 Gateway Liquor and Wine LLC.
Morning, Mr. Chairman. I'm Jake Mulcahy, one of the owners, Gateway Liquor and Wine LLC. Just stopped by today in case you have any questions that we could answer for you, or if you need
Anyone there in
anything.
opposition?
No
Is anyone-
opposition.
No, okay.
I'm Lance Cosmo, and I'm also one of the partners in Gateway Liquor and Wine.
All right.
Chris, I had it. I don't know what they did with it. What's he going to do that the closest competitors, particularly 481 Liquor and Wines, is not doing already?
What do we intend to do that they are not?
Yeah, like services to customers, types of alcohol you're going to sell.
Well, kind of our model is to provide good quality service. We've purchased the building already. We've already done a number of renovations. The building is beautiful on the inside. We want to be a quality stop for people that want to buy their alcohol.
What made you want to get in this business?
Well, to be honest with you, we're entrepreneurs anyway. We have a contracting company, and we also own several pieces of real estate. And it was always kind of something we had talked about, and we saw an opportunity, so we hopped on it.
Recently, a liquor store that was about a block away from where we're located had closed down, and we had the opportunity to purchase this building and thought this might be a good chance.
When was that, and do you know the name of it? Not
was
Bill, I
in-
mean the other liquor store.
It was Bob's Liquors. I'm not sure exactly when they closed.
And it's 1 block from you?
Ish, a block or a block and a half. Yes, yes, Chairman. I believe our accountant also did submit a letter from the mayor of the city of Fulton that also referenced the closing of that liquor store and the potential need for something to fill that space.
I don't have that. Tom, did we get a letter?
I have a nice letter. I have it here. If you would like me to read it to you from the mayor, Mr.
How
Brown.
long is it?
It'll take me about 2 minutes.
Cut to the chase.
Okay. As mayor of the city of Fulton, I encourage new business to come to our city in order to revitalize a city that is devastated by recent factory and store closings. I am extremely impressed with all the work the new owners have put in this long-time empty property. As of today, Gateway Liquor and Wine will be the only of 2 liquor stores approved located in the city, and residents are looking forward to the opening. Let's see. As mayor, I personally know managing member Jake Mulcahy, who was a former Oswego County legislator, has served greater community with dignity. He is also a well-respected businessman in our community. It is on our behalf that the investment in the main road of our town located at the store, in which the Alden Corporation has just constructed a new building. We help bring enthusiasm to more investors and begin to market the remainder of our farm Nestle's 24-acre site. I am respectfully requesting the New York State Liquor Authority to support this new business as much as I, the residents in the city of Fulton, do as well. Respectfully yours, Mayor Ronald Woodward.
Okay. The one he's talking about, Bob's Liquor Stores, is under us as Maggie's, and it was surrendered August of 2017.
Okay.
This appears they went out of business. It
All
was
right, you have any other
located at
questions?
501.
You ready to go? You have no protest. I'm pretty familiar with Fulton. That's all my big backyard. Your closest 4 stores in Hannibal and the other one's in Oswego, 9 miles. I think they're not even relevant in the case of Fulton. Your closest competitor, Joseph J. Mancino Wines, is pretty much on the north side of town. You guys are more toward the south side. There was another store recently there that just closed. I have no objection to, I think public convenience and advantage would be met by you guys be opening on the south side of town as you are.
I'll vote to approve as well. Good luck.
Good luck, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Next item in Albany, 258 Liquor World of Syracuse.
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning, sir.
Hang on one second, please. Okay.
Is there any opposition there?
No opposition.
Okay. And we have no written opposition. Go ahead.
Sir, we had submitted an application back in August to open a store four buildings down at 6701 Manley Center Road, which application was already approved. Conditional license was issued.
Is that true?
Could you just identify yourself and who's with you?
My name is Gurneek Singh. My wife, Kirandeep Nafri.
It's under my name, sir, Kirandeep Nafri.
What's your name?
Kirandeep Nafri.
She's the applicant.
Okay. And who was, you applied, we don't have, I have that you applied back in August, but I don't believe it was approved.
No, they
Yeah, it's approved in November 8th.
No, you withdrew it in December.
Yeah, we withdrew it because we applied for a new location. What happened was...
But it wasn't approved, correct?
It was approved by the full board, but she subsequently withdrew the application.
Oh.
Yeah, what
Okay, why
happened
did you,
was,
why would you do that?
We had ran into a lot of complications with the build-out. Our initial conversation with the landlord and his agent, I clearly asked him whether we're going to be able to have an open floor plan without any obstructions, and they both said yes. There used to be an old gym there, and there was drywall, dividers throughout the space, which we were going to all knock out and get an open floor plan. So when we got the approval from the board, and we went into the space to do the build out, we found that there was a load-bearing wall dividing the whole space from the front all the way to the back, which was a 9,000 square foot. And we weren't able to have an open floor plan and display our products. And so we talked to the landlord to help us with the problem, and clearly asked him in the beginning, hey, can we have the open floor plan? He said,
All right,
yes.
so how far is this place from that?
This new place is only 3-4 buildings down.
Okay.
On the same street.
And you guys are gonna run this together?
Yes.
Yeah, she's gonna
What's
run
your,
it. And
what's your role gonna be, sir?
I'm just gonna be the lookout, stocking.
lookout?
And, well, not a lookout, but stocking and helping her with the operation. Yeah.
Chairman, the approval from last November was for the applicant or husband to complete ATAP within a year, and 25% of the wine must be New York State labeled. Those are the
Yes.
conditions on that
You
application.
put ATAP on it?
You put ATAP on there.
Do they have an underage sale in their
Maybe
history?
it was lack of experience.
Yeah, we already did the ATAP training. Both of us did already.
You did it?
Yes.
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 And you said last time you're gonna have 25% New York products. Is that still
Yes.
true?
The same. Yes.
Everything is same.
All right.
Was the place that we approved before, was that down in that little plaza that's across the street from Enterprise Rent-A-Car?
In the same plaza. Yes, sir. Yes.
Okay, now I remember this before. Because when I looked at this, I thought that we just approved someplace nearby. That was you guys.
Yes, that was us. Yes, sir.
Okay. Now you're by the old Rico's restaurant.
Right next door.
Yes,
Yes, sir.
yes.
You're correct.
Yeah. Right across from the Walmart Supercenter.
Yeah, Toyota dealership. You got it.
That whole Bridge Street corridor is extremely busy. I call it Bridge Street. You call it Manlius Center Road. That's what it turns
That's
into.
the legal name of it now. Yes.
I vote to-
Yeah, it is still
I vote
Bridge
to
Street,
approve.
yes.
Same conditions as before.
I'll vote to approve as well with the same conditions.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you.
Good luck.
All right, now we have item 273.
270.
273, I called it before by mistake. Nana's Convenience Store LLC.
Good morning.
Morning.
Can you put your name on the record?
Rufus Guerin.
Hope Fallon.
How long were you using the former owner's liquor license?
So we took over in January
of 2017 till May 16th. We were totally unaware that we couldn't use that. That's totally on us.
Who told you you could?
What the issue was, we were pretty much told by a supplier and by the previous owners that because it was a lease, that the license actually was linked to the address and not necessarily specific to the person, which is absolutely our personal ignorance. And I mean,
Well, not just yours, it
completely-
sounds like.
Right, well, the length of issues that we had once taking over this business was monumental. I mean, we've had a lot of issues with the previous owners, so we're just now trying to clean everything up. So we do acknowledge that, you know, this was definitely something that we should have known better. We previously worked law enforcement, so by no means did we intend by any means to break any rules or laws.
All right. I'll send it back to licensing. I'll approve the reconsideration and send it back to licensing.
Same here, approved and back to licensing.
So you'll hear from they're going to continue review your application and you'll hear from them in the mail.
Thank you so
Okay,
much.
thank you.
All right. I don't have anything else in Albany.
Nothing else in Albany.
All right, we're done with Albany. Going to move to New York City. The first item is 217. The Imian 550 LLC.
217?
217.
Are you going out of order again?
Yeah.
No, it's the first,
It wasn't.
top of the list.
I have 206.
I have 277.
Above 277
I
is
don't know what
217.
217?
Oh, I don't have it.
Go for it. Okay.
All right.
Okay, go ahead.
Hi, Stacy Weiss for the licensee. It's a CNC for $3,500.
I'll accept.
217.
Thank you very much.
Accept.
Next item is 277, Stoneyard Breakfast Company, Inc.
Still morning, everyone. Robert Romano. I'm here with Mark Kane, who's the applicant principal for Stoneyard Breakfast Company Incorporated, here to answer any questions. Mr. Kane was not present at the prior hearing.
Well, you didn't have to come all the way here. You could have went to Albany or Buffalo.
I wanted to make sure that the in-person, if there were any questions, you can size up the individual in person. And I always find that to be beneficial.
So my concerns with this were that I know there's a large student population there.
This is a restaurant.
Right, yeah, is that what it's going to be, though? No DJs?
If you want, the DJ booth is used as storage. He can rip it out if he wants. It's not being.
So he doesn't intend on using it? No. Okay.
What are your hours? What are you thinking about?
Currently, our hours are, well, so right now, we're a breakfast restaurant, so our hours are 8 until 1. We're only open 3 days a week. We want to expand our hours so that we can become a more viable business, expand our menu.
Well, if licensed, what would your hours be?
If you would like to go lunch and dinner.
Yeah, a lunch and, like a breakfast, lunch and dinner hours.
So what with closing? That's what we're looking for.
Well, from a restaurant perspective, closing would be no later than 10 o'clock, but.
So if we gave you 11, you're fine.
Well, we're also intending to be an event hall, so we would have.
When you say an event hall?
Like events like a wedding or,
I did
banquet or
explain to
something.
Mr. Kane that he cannot be closed to the public, that he can have an area segregated for, if you wanted a private event, if there's a wedding shower or something, you could do that in a portion of the.
But I'm looking for what time does he want to close the latest?
I would like no restriction on the time.
Well, you
because
have to have some restriction on
the
That's my concern. I'm not going to give you no restriction on the time.
What's the ordinance is 2 a.m. in this area?
Monroe County is 2 o'clock, yes.
That's what I would like is a 2 a.m.
Okay.
So you want to be open 8 a.m. until 2 a.m.?
We typically would only be open until 10 o'clock in the evening, but if we have a night event, we would want to extend until the event would finish.
So what, if you had an event, though, you're not going to have live music, you're not going to have a DJ. The only thing you're going to have is recorded music. What would you be doing for music?
Recorded music.
Okay.
We'll be you need to see photographs of
Yeah.
them.
So you think you could book and sustain a wedding just using recorded music? You don't think that's going to be an issue for you?
And still stay open to the public?
Yes.
All right. All right. And you have no relation to the previous owner because there were some problems there?
I have no relation to him.
In fact, the only time he did ever have any interchange with him was at the purchase of the property.
All right.
What are you going to do for underage, to prevent underage sales? Because you have no experience, that's the other concern I have.
I have a manager that will be responsible to make sure that.
Do we have that?
I don't know.
Did he file
Working
a
on something.
questionnaire for him?
There's a new manager, who just, well, new relatively for several months, who's been operating it without incident. There's a zero tolerance policy. If you require, they can get ID scanners. We can do ATAP training.
No, I do not.
All right, I'm not going to say scanners, but he is going to have to do ATAP. And the employees. And then file a personal questionnaire for the manager. I don't think we even have manager on the application, do we?
And again, this, you don't have the whole pack with you.
I'd like a clarification, when is that required? For
Well, if you know you're going to have one, you should be putting it on the application.
time you have a manager in any restaurant?
The original application asks if you're going to have a manager.
Right.
Yes.
It doesn't ask for a PQ for the manager.
I think you probably need to amend it, yeah.
So how about this? Your hours, 8 to 10, Sunday through Thursday, and 8 to 2, Friday and Saturday.
That would be fine.
All right. And recorded music?
Okay.
Okay. You know, if that's a problem, you know, you can always come back and ask for, you know, that to be changed. But, so I'm willing to approve on those terms.
And I'll do the same, but I'm going to require you and your employees to complete ATAP.
Get rid of the DJ booth.
Yeah. Can you get rid of the DJ booth?
Yes, I can.
Yeah, take that out. That's going to be another requirement.
Thank you.
It just causes problems down the road because somebody on a renewal will see it and say you had a DJ.
Right. We're saving you headaches later is what we're
Say
doing.
that's doing you yourself a favor.
So ATAP, the same hours that Commissioner Ford said, and the DJ booth.
Can I make a request?
Yeah.
Can we make that 7 until 10?
Yeah.
From a breakfast perspective?
Yeah.
Sure.
I'm not going to worry about
We don't
the-
care when you open because you can only serve, you know, the law kind of indicates when you can start serving, so.
Right, but they are a breakfast.
Right. So, thank you.
All right, the next item I have is 234. This was written down as
Why are we not getting these things? On the recons, we're not getting the full application. Talk to Mark. We'll talk to him. That's the second one today. I don't know if he needs it, but I need it.
234 is Cork and Vine NYC Ltd. You have this on your list as 237,
Oh, okay.
all right? It was, yes. But we'll get to, don't let that go too far, because we'll be getting that soon.
What item are we looking at now?
230. No, 234.
234 is the one we're hearing now.
He signed up the wrong one.
Oh, we're looking at 234.
Which one this is? 234.
It's down the bottom. You had already pulled it.
Yeah. Well, let him put you put your name on the record, please?
Bernard Seidman for the applicant.
Okay, and we have opposition here, so we'll hear from them.
Robert Romano.
Stephen Lee.
Mr. Lee is a proprietor of 79th Street Wine and Spirits Corporation. I'm representing him in this opposition. The applicant is applying to get a class change to full liquor from a wine store. I believe, well, the LAMP program shows the applicant's store to be just 120 feet away, which after my measuring, it's closer to about 200 feet away. And
That's what we have. That's what we have.
right, okay. Which is still basically right next door. In recent years, the lowering of prices of the applicant's wine prices has significantly cut into my client's bottom line because he's had to compete with the lower wine prices, meaning the larger income, both percentage and numbers, has come from liquor. He's selling to stores coming from the Museum of Natural History going west. He's the first liquor store that you that you'll find if you're going down 79th Street.
Your client is?
My client, correct, currently. He would be the second one, the applicant store being the first if you're looking for wine. That little advantage is what's kept him afloat. He's paying over $17,000 a month in rent, and to cut into what is basically keeping him afloat after 25 years in business, it just wouldn't sit well, to say the least. The store has been existing on 79th Street, my client's store, for in that location for, I was told, almost 100 years. I find that, but there has been.
Is that possible?
That's why I said, is that?
You had a little thing called prohibition back in the day?
But let's just say it's been there
I guess
for a
it's possible,
long
right?
time.
Not licensed, but.
I'll leave it at a long time. And, you know, I haven't found this board to approve another liquor store in that location, even in the city at that close a distance. While I understand this is not just simply adding another liquor store, it's adding, would substantially take away from his market. His market, even in the building that the applicant's in, which is a several hundred unit apartment building, they're all his clients. He would, I'm sure he would lose at least 50% of those clients, if not more, to a store in the building. The applicant's store, I'll grant it, it's a small store, but so is my client's. My client's store, his retail space is, I believe, 762 feet. Mr. Lee doesn't look it, but he is 73 years of age. He is looking at some point to possibly sell his store. The financial hardship that would be caused upon him by granting of this license would be severe. He's asking for you to just recognize that there really isn't a need for any additional liquor availability here in this immediate area. You've got 5 stores, I believe, 6 stores within 1,505 feet selling liquor of the applicant's store. So for that reason, as well as others, we ask that you deny the application at hand.
So his store is 762 something like that, square feet of retail out of a 1,500-foot store?
I have a basement. We are selling spaces only 762 square feet.
Right.
Landlord, the major, the 762 square feet. I was there 26 years ago. When I was there, it's no one, not like a store wine around there, but I built store for wine for 10 years, and then suddenly 2 stores open 1 block away. One different problem is the same side, the same block. So I don't expect that they open the wine business, but I don't know how they get the license, they get to open it. And another one.
Oh, I think he bought it, didn't he?
No, they opened it.
Oh, he did? Okay.
Store. And then another store, we are 79, 80 store, they are 1 block away on Broadway, they have opened another store. So we have we have a lot of business from J-Bar customers, Gourmet store and the J-Bar, and very famous. So, but this is all they cut out and the 80th Street, just cross street is J-Bar. And another one, we have Central Park from to us. They cut this store. So I changed about 7 years ago. I changed the liquor store now. I got almost liquor business right now. Now they come into liquor, they have a really problem.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Oh, you're right, I see that it did. Jackie, this opened in 15?
Yes, it opened in 15. However, it was a wine store going back to
Yeah,
September
so
of
he,
2006.
yeah, so he bought it.
He bought it.
But I would be very doubtful that you would have granted a full liquor license at this location.
No, I probably wouldn't have granted the wine license, but I didn't, so.
Thank you.
Chairman?
Yes.
I think you've gotten my written my written request. The situation over here is my client did buy the store. The store was there, wine store was there for years. The neighborhood, we have customers who stated, and you have it in front of you, that they would like to have the wine store sell alcohol. It is close to the other store. The neighborhood is booming. Right now,
It's the Upper West Side. Well, I'm not following, it's kind of, there's not a lot of construction going on there. It's kind of all,
yeah, they're ripping down houses and building bigger, but it's not like the Hudson section in the west side downtown. Now, there's no question about it.
Okay.
But there is construction going on. At the present time, my client does a gross of about $600,000. His rent is over $100,000. His salary's around $75,000, including the principal. He is not making any money at all. The lease comes up in May 2019. We want to stay in business. I don't know a lot of things. I've been around a while, but I know one thing, that the rents in the west side of Manhattan are going sky high. From what we're paying now, it's going to double with the tax base going back to what it is now. My client will, no question, be out of business. It is important for him to be able to offer his customers alcohol. He's a wine store now. He wants to remain a wine store. He will have no more than 10% of the bottle count of spirits. He will not put one bottle in the window except wine. There will be no advertising as a liquor store. We're coming to you, as I stated before, hat in hand. Without this assistance, we're out of business, no question. Lease is up in 19. We're not making money now. It's a walk away. This is an accommodation for our customers. We're not looking to open up a liquor store. We will have no more than 3 items, scotch, bourbon, or any other liquor.
well, how is that going to, as you said, the rent's going to double. How is that going to cover a doubling of the rent? If you're only moving 10% of your inventory to alcohol, even if you sold all 10% of that, it's not going to jack up the revenue enough to cover the rent.
It will increase our wine business. That's the whole idea.
Huh.
No other reason for this. We're not here to knock anybody out of business. Everybody in the area is doing very well.
That's not what I'm concerned about. I mean, that's one thing that really we don't take into account, whether someone's going to go out of business or not. That's not what we're required to do or asked to do.
By offering the alcohol on a limited basis with the wine that we have, it is my client's belief that we will be able to sustain a substantial rent increase. Without it, I know it's not your business, but my client walks and he'll lose quite a bit.
Okay.
Okay. I don't have any questions. Ready to rock here?
Yes.
All right. You've been there, since, how long has it been there, Jack? 2005, that store's
No,
been there?
2000.
The store's been there since 2006 was issued,
2006, okay.
But he's been there since 15?
October 2015.
Yeah, and there was no opposition at that point. There was back in 2005, 2006, but that's beyond. I'm willing to approve this if you're going to cap it at 10% spirits.
We'll definitively cap it
You
at
know-
10% and put it in writing.
You're only a 435 square foot retail location.
50 selling space.
Is it bulletproof or not?
No.
No, okay. I don't know how you get more than 3 people in there, but I'm willing to approve with a 10% cap.
I'm going to disapprove. I understand the financial hardships, and maybe the financial hardships are indicative of the fact that it probably shouldn't have been approved back when it was approved. But he knew what he was buying when he bought it. Given the neighborhood he's in, he had to know that he wasn't going to get a full liquor license, given the fact that the closest competitor is 270 feet away, and the next closest is just over 350 feet away.
Everybody is doing fairly well there.
No, well, that's not true. Of the four closest, two of them are showing a decrease in sales, and the second closest is completely flat. The only one that's increased is the closest, and he's only increased by maybe less than 5%. So there is absolutely, clearly, based on those numbers, no need for another person selling liquor. And I just don't see how 10% of your inventory is going to cover a rent increase, which you're indicating is going to be double. I just don't see, if he's in that much distress, he's going to continue to be. So I'm going to vote to disapprove. Okay.
right.
Well, I figured you would.
Next item is 222, Simi Grocery, Inc.
Good morning, Chairman, Commissioner. My name is Henry Warakomsky. I'm the attorney for City Grocery. This is a transfer of an on-premise place beer license in the village of Hempstead.
Can we hear anything from?
That's what I'm looking. No, I don't know.
They're just not as active as the last group, huh?
No,
It's only 12 people, right? Is that correct?
And this place has been an eating place beer license over 20, 25 years.
What's her hours?
6 in the morning and 10, 11 at night. Usually 11 o'clock on weekends and on
And she's going to shut the whole thing at 11? The whole bit, the whole?
Yeah.
What is it, a deli?
It's a combination deli and little restaurant centerpiece. The previous owner's been there over 20 years and there's been no trouble at all.
She has no, does she have any experience in this business?
Walmart.
Into the microphone?
I'm sorry. Yes, I was working in the restaurant. I was department money in Walmart too, so I know what I have.
What restaurant were you working in?
Las Matas,
Out in Hempstead?
no, Cope.
And what were you doing there?
Department manager.
I can't hear you.
Manager.
You were the manager?
Yeah, in Walmart too.
Do we have that on our thing?
I have the information about Walmart, just of note. In 2016, looks like there was a transfer of this same location. The board did vote to approve it, however, you indicated no dancing, no music. But then subsequently, that application was withdrawn. So just want to say that you were willing to transfer it in 2016.
Do we know what,
I
okay.
don't know why that wasn't a part of the report.
Oh, we do have it, okay.
You do?
No, I mean, as far as her employment.
Yeah, you have her employment.
All right. I'll approve till 11 PM. No music, no dancing. No music.
Same here.
Thank you.
And
Good
6
luck.
a.m.'s all right?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you so much.
Good luck.
Next item is 259, That Meatball Place 2, Inc.
Good morning.
Hi.
Luca.
My client?
Yeah, probably.
Principals?
What?
We probably need to go in the back.
Which
Yeah, when
principal
you're
is it?
Good morning, I'm Michael Vandenberg.
Okay, we're going to take 2 minutes.
We'll be right back.
What are you doing? We're back on the record.
Okay. So you want a DJ, live music, and security?
And dancing.
No, no
No,
dancing.
no dancing.
Oh, no dancing?
The premise, we filed the application without those items, really anticipating it would be more of a restaurant. And because their other premise in Patchogue, same format, same name, same everything, doesn't really experience the tavern business that this one took off.
And we granted it with the understanding it was a restaurant,
Yeah, and it is a restaurant.
but it hasn't been operating that way. Not entirely.
Not entirely, the only thing that they would be able to do would be turn away the people that come.
Which is what
The village has.
you probably should do,
Well, the village.
rather than turn it into a club.
The village does not have a problem with any of the items.
All right, and that's great, but you know, this place operates efficiently because when people come in here and tell us what they're going to be, we have to trust that they're actually going to be that. And it's clear to me based on what has already occurred, not to mention what sounds like it's going to occur with the open cases, that they came in and said one thing and became another.
That's not actually what happened.
Well, then what are the non-bona fide charge and the failure to conform?
Qualified charge is that the same format as the Patchogue location, we filed with that except for security, because between the time that we filed in Patchogue and the time that this one went in, if you were gonna have your own security, it involved the separate employment ID number or a separate company, and they really didn't anticipate being busy enough to have security.
Mr. DeLuca, you're ignoring what I'm asking you. The first thing I'm asking you is the non-bona fide. The non-bona fide was basically that they weren't operating in the manner that they said they were going to. The second thing that I was going to ask you is the maximum occupancy. They're basically permitted 200 people. They had 315. That's not a restaurant. What are they doing with 115 people? Are they just standing around waiting for tables?
No,
They're dancing, and they're playing the DJs.
They came in as patrons to the bar. The neighborhood is surrounded by bars, and they wound up with a busier tavern crowd than restaurant crowd.
Because they turned into a nightclub.
But they're still fully operational restaurant.
Well, great, but you can't come in here and say we're going to be a restaurant with people sitting down and eating with a fork and a knife, and then all of a sudden put a DJ out there and have people dancing.
At the time we filed, when I went to the premise and did the diagrams and spoke to all the applicants, they never.
When's the charge, what's the pending stuff? When is that from?
One is Sangria.
No, I want to know the dates
Yeah, let me look.
of the events. Because this is obviously a New Year's Eve party.
So one of them, the pending July of 2017.
And November 25, 2017.
Which is Thanksgiving. So you got caught on New Year's Eve of 2016 into 17. You waited a year and then you just did it again.
We filed the mode of operation change, but it was disapproved because of the pending charges.
And then you did it again.
No, we did not have any DJs or anything like that.
No.
What's the charges?
I'm looking at the police referral talking about tables and chairs being moved for dancing. What's
It's a band,
pending?
but we do have authority to have a
band.
band. But we
I-
have authority to have a band.
They do?
Yes, acoustic band.
Oh, yes, they do have,
So we had a band and two.
and no dancing. I mean, I can't, with pending cases, there's no way I'm going to approve this.
I know Mr. Mailer was addressing the violations, and it was.
Well, and even no matter, they're pending, which is a big problem for me, but depending on how they work out, I don't know that I would be ready to approve this now. He's going to have to show that he can survive a year being what he said he was going to be before I would ever give him what he wants to be. Because he clearly just, or they, I should say, clearly just do what they want to do anyway.
Well, sir, with respect, we definitely don't. We definitely, follow the rules,
Well, then you're going to have to show me you can. because you haven't.
Because this New Year's, this Thanksgiving Eve thing is, we did have a band. We did move tables and chairs to make room for the band, but we are in like a nightclub. We don't have a dance
Yeah, but see,
floor.
all
We
of,
don't have
all
any
of the,
those things.
but all of these charges, not the ones that have already been settled, plus the ones that are pending, indicate to me that on certain occasions you are a nightclub, or that you act like a nightclub. And that, to me, I can't just now sign off on the fact that you should be able to do all this stuff when you were doing it anyway without telling us.
But we weren't having a DJ. Once we realized we didn't have that on our DJ license and got in trouble for it, we stopped. We did not have a DJ.
Well, I mean, if you show me that you can stay out of trouble for a year, I'll certainly reconsider this, but I'm going to disapprove this now. And it's a year from the last events. It doesn't mean a year from today. It's a year from,
November or something like that, or?
what was it, November 2017 was the?
I think that's the last thing I have.
Yeah, so it's not even a year.
As soon as they had issues and they contacted us with the issues, we filed a mode of operation to accommodate the.
Yeah, but that was a year later than, their issue started in December of 2016. You filed this in November of 2017, or the first one. When was the first one filed?
First one was filed almost.
But you know that's not going to get approved with
January
pending
17th.
charges.
No, but we were trying to be in compliance with what was going on, that the people were coming in, that you're.
I know, but see, the idea that the crowd is dictating what's happening in your business is not a good excuse. You dictate what happens. You turn people away. I get it, it's money. But if you're going to lose the business, is it worth the money?
Well, they initially went to the village itself and asked them if there was a problem with them, and they gave us the statement that it wasn't a problem. In their letter, they said.
Even though their police is showing up at.
It's not police.
Listen, I've already said what I'm going to do. I don't know what he's going to do.
Police come from the town.
Yeah.
Let Commissioner speak.
I'm with the chairman, too. I think we'll wait a year, come back in November.
All right, the next item or items are 209 and 210. El Ventura Bar Restaurant Corp.
What happened to everything's fine, 237?
237 is down later. That was the one that Mr. Romano signed in the wrong number.
Oh,
He
okay.
signed in that first, but
Yep.
you're going to get to it later.
Okay.
Good morning. For the licensee, Marcotti and Associates by Louis Cesari. Good morning.
Hi.
Just some of the
Well, just hold on. Let me just do this. It's sustained charge 1 in the first proceeding, dismiss all of the charges in the second proceeding except for 15, sustained 15. Okay, go ahead.
Yes. Obviously, I got involved with this in the summer when another attorney had this particular case, but since I've taken over, they've retained True Blue Security to make sure that an underage doesn't occur again. As far as the books and records, I've explained to them what needs to be on premises at all times, and as far as I know, they're complying. I do know there is one other outstanding disciplinary, but it has to do with signage blocking the window. And that one's currently pending with Ms. Marsico right now.
And what are they doing? I realize that all these disorderly premise charges were dismissed, but what are they doing to control that?
Well, they brought in, this is a strangely configured place. It's actually 2 licenses operating out of the same location, an upstairs and a downstairs. They've now brought in security to make sure the upstairs and the downstairs are running in accordance with each other. What was happening was, if there was a problem upstairs, it was filtering downstairs, and they didn't have sufficient staff downstairs to deal with it. They've now brought on, I believe, they have 3 men working on Friday night, 4 on Saturday, and 2 on Sunday to control it. And as far as, again, the current disciplinary, it's blockage of the window, which they've addressed that already.
Because this, and I'm going to, the fact that you got all these charges or somebody got them dismissed after hearing, good for them, but this is an area that I get a tremendous amount of complaints about.
I've been in front of you for.
So she ends up back in, or they end up back in here again, and with this kind of sheet, and it gets sustained, it's probably over.
Yes, I understand that. Again, they just have that one issue that's currently pending about.
Well, I can guarantee you someone will be back, because if they found out, if this was all going on there, they'll be back there again. I'll go 5,000.
I had a question about the fact of whether or not it's a focal point for police attention or not. I kind of disagree a little bit with the ALJ on that one, but I'm not going to make a big issue about it. What'd you say, Chairman, 5,000? I'll go with 5,000, but I think once more and we're done.
We agree with, obviously, your penalty, and I will relay that to my clients.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Do you want licensing to continue to have them operate under SAPA, or do you want us to issue the renewal? They have the one outstanding.
No, you can,
Okay to issue?
yeah, you can issue it. Assuming that's what the charge is, right? It's just a
That's
visibility
the current-
charge, or?
That's one of them, and then there's new referrals.
Oh, then you better hold off.
Hold off.
Yeah, I got an email from Ms. Marsico about it, but she hasn't,
Yeah, they haven't gone. It hasn't gone out yet.
yeah, it hasn't gone out yet, so I couldn't even.
Yeah, you don't want to do that.
Trouble.
Okay.
The next item, 300 Soho Hummus LLC.
Trouble, trouble, trouble.
Morning, members. Harry Callion. I'm counsel for the applicant. I have with me my co-counsel Sid Cherry. I have the two principals with me as well. I believe Carter is here from the applicant from CB2, so we'll defer to them.
Okay, thanks.
Carter Booth from Community Board 2.
Yeah, it's working.
It's not out in the audience, just it's a.
Is it working?
There are also a few other people here in opposition as well. I think that you can see from the materials that you have before you that there's some confusion as to actually what's being presented. We had a few different iterations. I looked through the materials. I'm still not quite sure what there is, what's actually being presented. It's also a little bit of distrust at this location based on a long history here. You probably are familiar with this location without even knowing that you're familiar, because this was a premise that's an off-cited case. The Jet Simplink DBA Jet Lounge used to be located here. The case is Cleveland Place Neighborhood Association versus the New York State Liquor Authority, and it dealt with whether or not a transfer application is subject to the 500-foot rule.
Yeah, but how long was Mexican Radio here?
They were there for a long time, but the point that I want to bring up with regards to that is that
That's not the right date.
is with respect to the impact of transferring a business would have on the immediate area. This specific location was Mexican Radio. Mexican Radio, before it moved here, had been just a couple blocks away. It was a very quiet operation. It was known to the neighborhood, and there was quite a bit of details worked out when they opened, and from my understanding, in the last couple of years, they were running a little bit rough around the edges, and that highlighted some of the issues at the physical location. I don't think that anyone thinks that this is a club masquerading as a fast casual Mediterranean vegetarian restaurant, but there are still some issues that are present. I think our resolution outlines a lot of those issues. I would disagree with Mr. Callion's statement that CB2 was unwilling to discuss the application presented by his clients. The issue was that it was unclear what was actually being presented. I think that you know that I would prefer not to be here instead of coming up here.
Starting to take that personally.
But the questions that are here, before us are pretty much: why does the operation need a liquor license? What are the hours of operation? What's being done to manage the music volumes and sound mitigation? How is Nish Nush going to be operated? And those are the main issues. The other two Nish Nush locations don't have full liquor licenses. They close at 9 p.m. and 10 p.m. respectively. Other comparable restaurants in the area close fairly early as well, as you've noted in some of the correspondence that you've gotten. I think that there are lists outlining that. I'm not going to go into detail. This application is inconsistent with the other fast casual restaurants in the area. They don't have full liquor licenses. I think it's safe to say also that CB2 never intended to suggest that was, as was presented materials to you, that this operation is comparable to McDonald's or Burger King. That's not the case. We understand the difference between fast casual and a sit down. One of the biggest changes that you
You're not
guys are
trying to offend McDonald's or.
The 500-foot hearing report touches on this a little bit. And the difference is that during the day, this is a takeout place, and at night, it's a full-service restaurant. That was the Judge DeLuglio's take on this. That's exactly the issue that we have, is that if somebody's going up to a counter and ordering, you know, a lot of the other fast casual restaurants in the area have beer and wine licenses, and that's what the complement is. They don't have
Did you get to any point of any type of stipulation with these guys?
We did not, because it was unclear what was going on. A couple other things I'll just,
Did you
by
look at
way
the
of.
stipulations in the judges?
Yeah, I looked over them, yeah. I mean, it's a lot of the issues. So here are some of the other things. This location, the C of O, is for 150 people. We were told that the maximum occupancy would be less than 75. The prior operator had a place of assembly permit. These guys said that they're not going to go and apply for one. I think you have a sign now downstairs right on the window, you know, that says if your occupancy is greater than 75, you need a place of assembly permit. I think that's taped right up there, and that's the issue. There's a lot of room in this space, and we're just not sure what's going on. I think that you'll hear from a few of the other speakers, you know, with regards to the sound issues. I know I happen to like their food. I think they have great food. I think that some of the other issues in the menu, whether or not that's a full-service restaurant menu, I think if you look at it, make your own determination. I think that there's some questions as to that. That was raised by a number of different people. As far as you know, that this immediate area has really turned into a fast casual restaurant area. We have a lot of places. Some of them have licenses for beer and wine, some don't. There are many right around here. The three that we've licensed in the very immediate past, I think that in the last year or so, are all within a block, all of beer and wine, which is by Chloe, Poke Spot, and Chef's Club Counter. I think that you can also see on the diagram, which you guys have presented to you, which is different than what was presented to us. The bathrooms are sufficient for a very large-scale operation. I mean, these are some of the issues why we were concerned about this when they came before us, and there wasn't anything clear that was presented to us as far as exactly what was going to be happening as far as why they needed a full-service bar. I think that I'll leave it at that. I think there are a few members from the community that also wanted to speak and can address some of the issues.
Well, come up if you're here.
Hi, good morning.
Hi.
My name is Marna Lawrence. I live at 19 Cleveland Place, New York, directly above the kitchen of the applicant's commercial premises.
What floor do you live on?
The first floor. They're on the ground floor. And with all due respect, I know there's a number of people here going to speak on behalf of the applicant, but I've looked through the list of letters and everything, and they're not immediately impacted by the operation of the restaurant as the people who actually live there. Community Board 2 and neighbors have already provided testimony as to how exceedingly oversaturated with liquor licenses our neighborhood is. In addition, written testimony has been sent to the New York State Liquor Authority indicating that there are many restaurants serving Mediterranean food, at least 5 that I know of in the area, and you've been provided those lists. This applicant is not offering anything unique or different. They have failed to demonstrate public benefit. But I also oppose this application for a full liquor license because there remain quality of life, health, and safety concerns that could negatively impact the tenants in the residential part of the building. And I ask that the board to clarify how the operation of Soho Hummus specifically plans to address these issues. Regarding sound, what is the applicant's plan to soundproof the building. 19 Cleveland Place is an old, non-fireproof tenement house built in 1900. The walls, ceilings, and floors are very thin. As such, significant problems with loud noise emanating from the commercial space below has in the past had a negative impact on the quality of life of the residents in the building. This problem existed with the Club Jet 19, as well as within the most recent occupant, Mexican Radio, who did soundproof, I think at the time, some of the space, but not all of it. Amplified music. This mixed-use building cannot withstand loud, amplified, or recorded music at any time of the day or night. So I asked the full board to require the applicants to stipulate the following. Close the establishment. It was very good to hear that they are now agreeing to close it at 11 rather than 2 a.m., and that it should be empty of patrons daily at 11, that they restrict the entire establishment to quiet background music only, no louder than 60 decibels. I was in their establishment on John Street. The volume level, I was shocked to hear, was quite loud. Much louder than our building could handle. The applicant must also soundproof the entire premises, including the rear kitchen where staff and dishwashing machinery can be heard very late at night by residents on the first floor above.
How long have you lived in this building?
Since 1980. There's nothing on file at the New York City Department of Building that shows they intend to do this. I walked over there and all I saw were existing plans from the previous occupant. Another really, really important thing is alleyway noise and safety. I think that they should require that all deliveries and garbage removal go through the restaurant proper and not through the alleyway. For many years, residents living off the alleyway were subjected to loud noise resulting from late-night garbage removal and early morning food and beer keg deliveries. The existing DOB diagrams provided the DOB and SLA indicate that there's more than ample storage space in the cellar for both food and garbage storage.
Yeah, no, I'm familiar with it.
And then health and safety. This is really important. I've been very concerned about it for years. Restaurant management should be required to keep the entire alleyway free of all obstructions and maintain the clearance legally required for a fire escape pathway. The enclosed narrow alleyway adjacent to the building is where our fire escapes are located, right above the restaurant's rear door. This is the only additional means of egress for commercial patrons and residents alike to exit to the street, God forbid there should be a fire. The enclosed alleyway is most definitely a shared space, and a vital one at that. The previous owner, I know this is a new owner.
And wait, ma'am, I got to move you if we have other people that need to
Okay, so
object.
there were violations issued for both obstruction and that's the previous occupant. Also, the use of the cellar. I guess the applicant would like to ask to adhere to the existing diagram, which says 12 patrons to be served in the cellar. Finally, the applicant failed to share a consistent and precise method of operation with the community. We just need assurances that they operate as a restaurant and not a bar or lounge. And since the menu does not support operating as a full-service restaurant, offering many falafels and salads, they should be granted no more than a beer and wine license, the same as all other licensed fast casual restaurants in the area.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone else? How many of you are here for this? The last one?
Morning, sir.
Yeah.
Lester Chang. I'm a resident of 19 Cleveland Place, 4th floor, for about 30 years, sir. Just an observation, quality of life. As the previous speaker mentioned about, we went through the clubs and into restaurants right now. My main concern is quality of life. As a military naval reserve I'm currently serving right now, and every real weekend when I come out, I still see people urinating, guys are urinating, Uber drivers and taxi cabs right in front of the building, which is a no stopping, no parking sign. So I don't know, I have a trust in this restaurant, is it really a true restaurant or not?
Well, these guys aren't even there yet.
No, not yet, but I'm hearing constructions on that, so.
No, but so it can't be their customers that are urinating.
No, they're not, but just an increasing, I mean, from my experience previously as a club, in a restaurant, so I do see that. And I do, or just neighborhood just coming up, just an observation on that, sir. So, I mean, a full liquor license, one thing I'm concerned, beer and wine, I have no objection on that, sir.
Okay.
That's all I have to say.
All right, thanks.
Thank you.
Can I make a few responses to those comments, just so that the board has some clarity?
Sure.
First of all, you know, the operators have two other licenses. Niche Nush, that particular restaurant, only one location has a beer and wine license. The other location is primarily lunch service. They also have a full liquor license that they operate out in Brooklyn, 216 Taco LLC. The principal is a principal on that. They've had no violations, no 311 complaints. These are great operators. We've provided a number of letters.
See, I think, and I don't disagree with him. I think part of the problem here is that at least on writing, and I haven't heard from you yet, but in writing, it's not clear what this place is going to be.
Well,
you have a couple different maximum occupancy numbers here. I've seen a couple different hours of operation. I don't, do they know what they want to be?
Well, the C of O is for 100 people. Now, they went in here. This is an empty retail space. Obviously, it's in a very prime area. They chose the space specifically because it was previously licensed. CB2 does not like unlicensed spaces being licensed, so they specifically went in because this was previously licensed, had a 19-year license history. So they said, you know what, we're going to move our operation here. They do their fast casual operation, which is Niche Nush, more fast casual. There was also somewhat of a language barrier. I don't want to say that they're from Israel. There was a language barrier, and so the mistaken term was fast food, fast food, fast food. It's not fast food, obviously. Fast casual.
Well, the mistake was the fact that we're getting inconsistent responses to questions.
Yes,
they're different responses.
What I mean is in the community board,
Well, I'm assuming they had the same responses that I got in the application.
Well, the operation is fast casual during the day, and then after 4 p.m., it's more table service, proper dinner service at night, and that sort of facilitates both their current operation as well as this more restaurant service operation, which is what they want to bring to the Soho neighborhood, which is why they chose this space. Again, there was soundproofing. They're amenable to.
So I'm still not following. So you've invented this term, and I'm having trouble figuring out what you want to be.
This is
fast casual. So what? You're going to be like a pizza place in the afternoon, and then at night you're going to be the Blue Water Grill. I mean,
Well, it's during the day. It's falafels, hummus, things like that. Then at night, it's more robust, Israeli.
So your actual menu is going to change that significantly. That you're not going to want to sit down there at lunch, but at dinner you're going to want to sit there.
That's sort of the aim of the operation. There are other types of operations that run like this.
Name one.
Meatball shop, for instance. There's a lot of takeaway business. And then at night.
Well, no one's saying you shouldn't have takeaway business. What they're saying is you sound like during the day you're going to be one thing, and at night you're going to be another, and that scares me too.
At night, it's a full-service restaurant. They're amenable to curtailing their hours to purely restaurant hours, 11 p.m. during the week, 1 a.m. on weekends. All their DOB permits were approved. The DOB inspector came out. Actually, we got an email from the community, which the ALJ was copied on. The DOB inspector came out. They got approved. They have all of their permits. With respect to the diagrams, they thought this would be an easy, without making changes to the operation. They used the Mexican radio diagrams that were on file and just amended those. They wanted, these guys are the type of operation that you want to come into this type of location. They're not a club. They're a full service.
And I believe they're not a club, but I think what the concern is here that you're selling this like it's not a bar, and at night they would like to know if it's going to be a bar, and I would like to know if it's going to be a bar. I'm not concerned they're going to be a club. But what I am concerned about is that you're going to start playing music and you're going to be what was there before, which may be fine. But then I have to put certain limits on it if that's the case. And, it's difficult for me to comprehend how someone's going to be a takeout place during the day only, and then they're going to turn into some higher-end restaurant.
It's not takeout only. It's sort of fast casual service, meaning it's not sit-down white tablecloth,
But then it turns into.
But then at 4 o'clock.
So you're going to put tablecloths down and.
People sit and they have plated food and they have a menu and they order like that. That's the operation, but it's a full-service restaurant.
The ALJ did find that you were going to be a combination of both. That was their impression too. I guess chairman's concern is like, when does the switch get flipped there?
Yes, Commissioner, would you like to speak? Say your name for the record.
My name is Kiefer Cohen. I'm one of the owners. The confusion that happened was at the community board. I was not expecting to be under fire like I was. I guess they're dragging issues from the previous owners of the place.
No, they're not. This is how they operate, and you've been in front of community boards before,
No,
right?
I haven't been, but what I was trying to describe is that we always going to have tables open. The only thing is that people in Soho, usually they come and they grab their lunch, and they can sit down themselves. We're going to have a host after 4. They will sit down the people, so people cannot just sit wherever they want. During the day, because people are more in a rush and it's a business area, so people come and either they grab the lunch and go, or they sit down, but you're not going to have a host. Starting 4 p.m., we have a host that's sitting people down. That's the main difference. So I don't know how it turned into fast food. We never meant to say fast food. I don't think we even said fast food. We said casual. And there's a big difference between casual and what the previous speaker, opposition, mentioned, that there's 5 restaurants. There is high-end Mediterranean. There's a fast food, a falafel counter, but there's no casual sit-down Mediterranean place.
So you're going to have waitresses
Yes.
all day?
No, starting 4 p.m.
So it is,
there's
so it is go to the counter for lunch and sit down?
Yeah, but we have the bar area. Well, actually, we're not going to be selling liquor during the day. But for 4 p.m., we would like to have people to have a cocktail or to have a glass of wine with their meal, and not to go to a place that you have to pay $40 a meal to have a glass of wine with. You can just grab a bite for like $15 and have a glass of wine or a little cocktail. And our cocktails are very specific. It's a Mediterranean, so we use a lot of anise and grapefruit and mint. We're not going to be operating as a bar. But the place also dictates night business. It's Soho. All the restaurants that are around us, they close at 1. And they have liquor license until 1 or 2. And people in Soho, they're young people. They want to go and have dinner and have a drink with their dinner. So this is the main issue, and that's why we don't have in Soho, in Financial District and in Tribeca. It's a different kind of neighborhood, so we don't open that late. But
And nothing will be changed, and the people can sit down.
yeah,
Sorry.
it's Eyal.
People can just order and sit down. The place will look the same in the daytime and the evening time. And even the food will be in the same ingredients and the same style. Just in the evening, we're going to just make it look better, like a different type of plates and stuff like that people can see.
And what's the music situation?
It's like very, very small. I'm surprised about her comment.
DJs.
I'm surprised about her comment about the loud music, because I can send you a picture of the speakers I have there. They're like this tiny.
No, I think she's commenting on the previous.
No, she was talking about
went
my
to our other
existing
place.
Nishnush, and she said
Oh.
it was loud there. And I have like this kind of speakers, and I can send
Oh, nowadays, it doesn't take much.
Still, people eating their lunch. There's not reason to play loud music, and I'm not.
But you're not having a DJ, it's background music only?
Not DJ. Very small background music.
And your hours are what? Closing when?
Day 11 and on weekend 1. Not looking for a club.
And have you looked at the soundproofing?
We already done some proving
We had-
ourselves in addition. Actually, one of the opposition, Miss Lawrence, she required us to do, well, she asked the landlord to tell us to do soundproofing. So we went ahead and we did soundproofing. And then she filed the complaints against us for making a lot of noise below her apartment. We've been doing everything to mitigate the situation, but we've been treated like, honestly, like criminals. I never expected to be under such scrutiny. We have 4 restaurants. I have 3 other businesses. I live in New York for 18 years. All of us with clean records. Our liquor licenses are clean. And the way they treated us, they're calling 311 on a daily basis with lies, saying we're doing work outside our permit. When the inspector came, he said the work substantially conforms to the plans. Yet they keep on calling on a weekly basis.
All right, well, that's something that you guys have to work out.
That's a treatment we've been receiving from the beginning, and they don't really want to understand us. And I understand they're dragging the issues from the previous owner.
Yeah.
But this is not us.
Some of the stipulations in the ALJ report, hours, we can get back to that in a moment, requiring a chef cook available during all hours, obviously, right?
Sorry?
Adequate, chef or cook, adequate soundproofing, no music, dancing, or DJs. I mean, I would assume other than maybe just recorded background music, that type. No promoted events, pub crawls, party buses, no velvet ropes. All windows and doors to be closed at all times. So you're not looking for anything outside, everything's inside, correct? Okay. no unlimited drink specials, food specials. I'll talk about any conditions or stipulations that the community board might have, because I'm sure they might have a couple themselves.
And you're
So-
limited to 74 people, including employees.
Yeah.
What, anything else?
No, that's it. I'm waiting on.
Yes.
Just to come back, I mean, the place is actually factually incorrect in what was just said. The occupancy is 150. That's what's on the C of O.
I just said- but I
Your
just said
requirements
it's-
downstairs say that if their occupancy is above 75.
And I've
that
just
they
told,
need to
I
have a
just told
place
them
of
it's going to be
assembly.
lower than that.
Okay, and it's just an issue to us, because it goes very
Well,
much
it's on,
in
the- if
line
it's a
with-
stipulation, it's on the license, so it's
Yeah.
74.
And just.
If they get the permit, then they can come back and ask for more, but the permit doesn't allow them automatically to get more.
So one of the other things is that, this is a little bit inconsistent with what we've been hearing from other operators of fast casual restaurants, is that the reason they're fast casual is because of the service industry wage changes in the laws, and that they're getting rid of wait service, and as a part of that, that's why they're mostly beer and wine, because it's people walking up to a counter and ordering their food. In this case, you heard that they would have a host. Nobody mentioned a waiter until you asked about it.
Which they said they are going to have.
Okay.
At night,
that's-
correct?
And if you notice the menu in front of you, you don't have two different menus. You have the same menu.
No, but.
And so, you know.
That may be
again-
the reason, but it's not really, I mean, your point may be accurate, that they're trying to limit their costs, but, you know, that doesn't really have anything to do with a liquor license.
Right.
Well, it has to do with most people have eliminated their wait service staff because of the changes in the labor laws as far as the wages.
Yeah, but it also, you can acknowledge it becomes less attractive to customers without
Well, I understand. I'm
waitresses.
just
Yeah.
telling you what's the change in this neighborhood. And also, just as to address the hours, I just want to provide to you their.
Well, we haven't talked about the hours yet, but you can provide, yeah.
In Brooklyn, at their full on-premise liquor license place from their website.
Right.
These are their
Okay.
recognitions. And as far as some of the other issues, I mean, I think that the, you know, I just did like I'd done before as far as the types of stipulations. Obviously, you know, this is a conversation we try to have, but it's difficult, as you've heard, when we constantly have inconsistent answers every time we ask the question. And that's what happened at our meeting. And that's why I think everybody, including residents, were very frustrated. What's going on? And even you guys, I think, sussing it out. And see, we're not trying to be unfair to any of the applicants that come before us. We just anticipate that most people have planned out. You know, we have a questionnaire.
You know, you don't need to
clearly
give me any justification for the way you behave.
So just I want to go back to a couple of the things which are just really the specifics. As regards to televisions, they had said that they wouldn't have any. That the ambient recorded background music only. I think that this is an important distinction for us, as Ms. Lawrence had pointed out, and I had visited one of their locations. I think that we've had this discussion before. The music here is a little bit louder than what we would normally see in places that we would probably think about going to, and that's one
Are
of the
you
issues.
saying that you and I go to the same kind of
I'm
places?
just not necessarily. But I think that from what you've said before, as far as music volumes, that's one of the big changes that we've had, and I think that Ms. Lawrence really was trying to address that with the soundproofing in the ceiling, and the reason that the soundproofing.
But they indicated you put the soundproofing in, right?
Right, and that's what they had said, and the reason that Ms. Lawrence was concerned is that generally for soundproofing is considered flammable work depending on the type of soundproofing that's used, and that's why the DOB permits are generally filed with that. So just as by means of explanation, not a justification. So that's one of the issues that I'm not sure how that's phrased. Some of the suggestions have been, music's no louder than 60 decibels, and the music's not audible in the adjoining apartments. It's also as far as the sound limiter, which Judge DeLuglio had recommended. I think that one of the important things there is having it adjusted by a professional at the inception of the license, sort of a commissioning test, and dealing with the upstairs apartments. and also making sure there's a base cutoff on that, and that it can't be changed by the employees, and it's only something that can be changed by the owner. Presumably, it shouldn't need to be changed. And then as far as doors and windows being closed at all times, and I think that Judge DeLuglio had outlined most of the other issues. And then the two other things which Ms. Lawrence had brought up is that the deliveries and garbage removal occurring through the front of the premise instead of through the alleyway, and that the alleyway be kept free of all obstructions. She had submitted a picture to us. I don't know if she had sent it to you early on. There's some pictures of what the alleyway with stuff stacked up in there. I think that's the condition she's concerned about, and the fire escape ladders drop right down into the rear.
Was that an issue before with Mexican Radio, the alleyway?
Yes, they received a violation for having constructed under 20 residential ladders.
Okay.
And residents.
But see, that I understand your point, but that's really not our purview. As far as if they're blocking exits, that really is something for DOB or the fire department. I'm not going to sit there and say don't block exits, because it's illegal to block exits. So they should know that anyway. And in that instance, if they get a violation, then they also get a violation with us. But that's not something we're even going to police. I mean, because we just don't do that. It's outside.
Yeah, I mean, it's.
Also, there's another issue which has to do with quality of life, which is the actual deliveries going in and out. I mean, people suffer with Mexican Radio also. We were trying, after the club, we were very, very much trying to get along with Mexican Radio, and we had open discourse with them, where we could call them.
But I'm not gonna tell them where they can deliver and not deliver either. If they have a door back there, that's the landlord and them, between the landlord and them. I mean, we don't get into that either. I mean, because they don't, they can be open without liquor. Now, nobody wants to be, but they can be open, and there's nothing to say that I should be dictating where they take their garbage out. If it's legal for them to do it according to the city code, then it's legal. That's the way I view that. Now, as far as the noise, I'm going to try to mitigate that as much as possible.
And the one last thing was what's the basement going to be used for?
Well, I didn't even ask that question.
Yeah, I mean, that's the other issue, as far as it's a space, there's no bar down there, there's no service bar down there. Is that open for seating during the day, like you would have?
Is that even on the graph?
Walk down?
It's in, I thought it was in the diagram. I have to go find it.
All right, I'll ask him that.
Yeah, there was a room.
What is the basement going to be used for?
Basement is for just dining, just seating area. There's no bar.
downstairs.
The bathrooms are the same bathrooms that were there from Mexican Radio, so if it,
So the people are going to, during lunch, walk up to the counter, get their food, and go downstairs?
it-
And there's no exit down there?
there is an exit, there's an egress.
There is an egress.
Okay.
Yeah, there's also toilets downstairs.
And there's not going to be DJs down there, music down there? We're talking about ambient background music.
Music we play upstairs, we'll be playing downstairs.
And it's going to be at 60 decibels?
I don't know what it means exactly.
Well, then you're going to get a guy to come in and tell you what 60 decibel is and put a sound limiter on it.
Okay, I just want to say one thing about the sound. Miss Lauren that complains about the sound constantly is actually more than 100 feet away from the bar. She's at the back of the building above our kitchen, and the bar area where people sit is in the front.
She's not complaining about the bar, she's complaining about the kitchen.
We soundproof that area, but she complains about the bar all the time and about the music. And from the basement to her apartment, she cannot hear anything.
Okay.
That's one.
But that still it doesn't mean the basement's on now fair game for music.
No, it just shows intention.
Okay. We have a number of supporters here. Do you want them to?
No.
Come up?
No, can I have a couple minutes with council, please?
I mean, I saw the writing, so we have enough support.
you.
All right, we're good to go.
Everyone doesn't have to come up. Raise your hand if you're here in support of this. Stop it. All right. All right. Just want to do a quick survey. All right. You ready to move here?
You have anything you want to add, or? No. Okay.
All right. I'm going to vote to approve this with some stipulations that we mentioned here, but let's go down them and make them official. Where was that yet? Okay. I'm going to go with the ALJ, saying operating hours till 11.
7 days a week?
Yes, yes. Requiring a chef or cook at all hours. Adequate soundproofing with a limiter. No music, dancing, or DJs, no music other than just quiet background recorded music of no louder than 60 dB, and I look at that as a maximum. I would expect it to be much less than that. No promoted events, anything like that. All windows and doors closed. No unlimited drink specials. No unlimited food and drink specials. What was the other one? 74 people max. And, well, I can't say anything about the alleyway, as the chairman said, but.
You can, but I'm not gonna.
Yeah, and I think it's just, it would be in your best interest is to make sure that's not an issue. So that's it for me.
As far as the sound, I'm going to approve too with all those conditions. I'm going to require that there be a professional consultant brought in just to do the sound, to put a limiter on and make sure that they can't go above the amount that, the decibel level that he set. And then, and also go up into, what was the woman's name? Is she gone?
Ms. Lawrence.
Then go up into her apartment too, and just make sure that that's, the consultant go up into her apartment as well, with her approval, obviously, and make sure that that's not disruptive. And then everything else I agree with him on.
Yep.
Oh, and the doors and windows are closed.
Yes.
Yeah.
I think I said that.
You guys don't want televisions, right? Yeah, no television.
There's no TVs, no.
And then the one last thing is with respect to the basement, that there are no standing patrons in the basement, that it's for patrons.
Do we care if they stand? There's no music. I mean, they may have a counter that they can, actually, there's restaurants now that all you do is stand at.
Yeah.
I went to the one, there's no seat in it. No, I'm not going to do that. If they want to put a counter up and have guys standing, it's still at 70. But it's at 74 people, and it's 2 floors, and the building can probably hold 125. You and I both know that. So I'm not going to require that they have police it so that people are not standing down there.
And that's all, for me, based on your track record elsewhere, too, so.
And the hours could change. I mean, if you prove to them you can stay open without causing a problem, they're usually a little more amenable to giving you longer hours after like a year. So if you want to come back in a year, you're going to have to notify them, because he's certainly going to come back and object to it, but he probably will not be as strenuous in his objection.
You want this back, Mr. Booth? Okay.
All right, the next item, 274, Winsome Deli, Inc.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Commissioner, my name is Kenneth Frankel. I'm the attorney for Winsome Deli Corp. Next to me is my client, who's the owner of Winsome Deli, Adhan Badi.
So he's cousins with this guy, but you're telling us that he has no...
Business or other relationship with him.
But the cousin owns the building, or no?
No. The cousin...
So how'd he find out about this?
He found out Mohammed Badi, the previous owner, was complaining to friends and family about it, and he found out from a friend, actually, that he was looking to sell it because business wasn't good, he couldn't get his licenses, and he wanted to see if he can, somebody else would take it.
Where's he now, the other guy, the cousin?
Where is he now?
He's in New York.
Well, what's he do?
I don't know what he's doing.
Close, huh?
Close family.
No,
Cousin, he's my first cousin.
But they,
Usually we don't touch each other a lot.
apparently it's a big family. There are, I think, 9 siblings that have multiple children, so they're not that close.
Clearly.
I believe that, yeah, the law, I understand that the issue was that the law, that there's a presumption that exists because they had the same name.
Well, I mean, the problem was not, I don't know that it's a presumption, but we denied him a license, and then he comes in with his cousin. It looks like they're doing a bait and switch on us.
Right, it looks that way, and at the end of the day, basically what it is the cousin couldn't get his act together and get the license, and couldn't get the business going, and just looked to find somebody, put the word out, was complaining, and my client found out about it and wanted to start a business, so he found the deal and he took it.
And he's paid off the loan as well?
He's paid off the loan. I've attached copies of all the $12,000 that was paid with copies of the checks and the bank statements.
Okay.
All right.
All right, I'll grant reconsideration and send it back. Oh, it's for our,
Yeah.
It's for you.
yeah. All right, I'll grant it.
Thank you very,
Same here.
thank you very much.
Good luck.
Next item, items 227, 228, JC Hospitality LLC.
Good afternoon.
Hi.
My name is William Gary. I'm with the firm Harris Beach. I have standing next to me Ms. Jema Cardoza. She is the principal of JC Hospitality LLC. On December 11th, we made a conditional no contest plea wherein we will pay a $15,000 fine. We have already started the negotiations with the town to see how we can have a new season without any incidences taking place. We have another meeting with the town scheduled for the 12th of this month. There is a new town supervisor, so we're hoping that we can work with them and come up with a method wherein if there's any issues that there can be direct communications between Mrs. Cardoza and either the fire marshal, police captain, or whatever city agency or town agency, rather, that has an issue with the operation of the premises,
What about me?
as well as the SLA. Absolutely.
Because I have some significant issues with the operation of the premises. One, this exact conversation I'm going to have with you, I already had. I had it back in July 2016.
Correct.
The exact conversation.
Now, we went through the process with the client. We understand the concerns of the SLA with the issues.
When did she understand the concerns of the SLA? Because they got ticketed for having 283 people on one night when they're allowed 112.
Correct.
And on the next night, they did the same thing.
Well, it was really it was 2 hours, an hour apart, the overcrowding.
The same day. So you didn't even shut it down. You didn't, the fire department came, wrote you a summons, and you didn't shut it down. You just let everybody stay.
So we normally don't have concerts on Friday. We had Lauryn Hill. We didn't have enough security.
You had Lauryn Hill at a restaurant bar. There's your first issue.
We always have like at least once or twice this season a bigger talent.
Well, that's probably needs to stop. I mean, this offer's not acceptable to me at all, in any way, shape, or form. And because of the issues I've had at this area, whether it be Montauk or the Hamptons, what they say as the town goes is irrelevant to me as well.
Okay.
So
because we are contesting underlying violations with the town itself.
Well, that doesn't matter either, because, you know, they probably will dismiss them because they don't want to continue and go to court with them, but I don't really, that's irrelevant to me. I want to know what you're changing.
Two things, Mr. Chairman. Number one, we will obviously not have events of this type taking place in the future.
Meaning what? There's no live music? That's what I'm kind of looking for.
I gather that's where you're going for. There is live music. The live music ends at 8 o'clock at night, when it's still sun out, and there's not we actually erected a sound barrier at the premises so that there is no more, and so that the live music actually ceases, and it's only during the period of approximately 5 p.m. to 8 p.m., and it ends at that juncture, okay? After that time, there's no DJ. It's just recorded music throughout the premises. With the issue with the decking, okay, we will keep, there's two methods on how to gain access to the deck. We will now have them curtailed where they can only come in through one area of the decking, where we will have double security there to ensure that there is not an overcrowding, because the deck is an expansive deck where it also goes into the restaurant area as well. So we will also cordon off that area as well. So we will have a limited number of people that will be on the, quote, outside decking area. There will be, in addition, we will have people that will obviously would be trained in how to do a proper head count. We will also give them the proper equipment, the handheld counter as well in that respect. We will also ensure that when town officials come to the premises, if they have any issues, not only just with the operation of overcrowding or music, with any issue, that we will immediately address it. We believe will be an issue, and if you look at the violation in and of itself came towards the end of the summer. There was no major issue at all. It is a restaurant, okay?
Come on.
It doesn't operate as a nightclub, Mr. Chairman. It's not a nightclub. It's live music.
They have DJs?
No DJs. Live music ends at 8 p.m. The restaurant.
I mean, they had decibel reading on July 7th, which isn't the end of the summer, it's the middle of the summer, of 74.7.
Right.
That's pretty significant. Which, when the legal limit's 55.
Right. It was the only instance where we had that problem, okay? As I said earlier, there's no DJ,
and
recorded music at
And
all.
to go back on what you just told me, the information I have is that you were charged on August 25th, and that the fire department went back the next night and charged you again.
Not with overcrowding.
Well,
Not with overcrowding. It was for allowing a shoe store, pop-up shoe store that should not have been there, and a pop-up clothing, sandal-type store.
and erecting another bar on the beach.
No, it's a service bar.
it was
It's
a-
always been there.
No, it's not.
Well, do we have it on our license?
It's not a pay bar.
No, you can't purchase alcohol. It's just a service bar.
Well, that still has to be with us, it still has to be filed with us.
It was really for an accommodation for the
Can
wait
I-
staff.
Can I address Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
I just want you to not think that this is, we had a lot of events this summer, and this happened once on a Friday where we.
I know, but I had the same conversation 2 years ago with you people. I did. I mean, it was noise on June 29th, July 11th, August 7th, August 21st, August 26th, September 4th, September 5th of 2015. It's the same stuff.
And those noise complaints, Mr. Chairman, we have remedied the majority of them, obviously.
Yeah, but it was also max occupancy on July 19th, July 25th.
What we have done with the noise, if I can
We're
just
not
focus with the noise complaint, we have erected a noise barrier so that the operation.
You can put up all the noise barriers you want. If somebody is playing music at 75 decibels, it's not going to block it.
Especially on the water.
Well, we have now stopped any live music
I don't have
Ends
the
at
service
8
bar.
p.m. There's no DJ. Recorded music is throughout the premises from 8 p.m. forward. The method of operation, we close basically at 1 a.m. It's not a nightclub.
Does the town require you to close at 1?
No.
We're allowed to stay open until 4. We just, during the week, we close at 11, and on Saturdays, we close about 1.
All right, what are you doing? I mean, the offer's not acceptable. I'll give you a counteroffer, and you can either leave here with it and decide later or decide now.
I'm looking at this too. I was going to counteroffer at 20.
I'm at 25. Because I spent so much time dealing with this 2 years ago, and I recall it. And they got 10 last time.
All those alteration violations have been corrected? Everything?
Yes.
Now, you can't, we don't have your service bar that you're talking about. It's not on our application.
We've already removed, we don't have it anymore.
But, so I would, unless you're going to do that, and I wouldn't recommend that you put up any more bars, given that you're only going to be at 112 people instead of 300. I don't see the need for it, but I'm at 25. And then they have to abide by, I would continue meeting with the town, because if you start breaking town regulations again, you're going to end up here again, and that's probably going to be the end of it.
I think the chairman's pretty fixed at 25, so that's what I'm going to go with as well. And let's hope,
Acceptable.
hopefully that's it.
And no live music.
After 8 p.m.? We have live
Yeah,
music.
after 8 p.m.
After 8 p.m.?
Yes. But so if that's agreeable.
Well, I don't know how I do this, but I don't want any Lauryn Hill.
No.
Well, I'm not just Lauryn Hill is what I'm saying. I'm not trying to offend Lauryn Hill, but there shouldn't be recording artists playing at a restaurant.
We had Willie Nelson.
Well, that's probably not a good idea either. But then you might even get in even different kind of trouble with Willie Nelson. All right, so 25 and no live music after 8 and no, I don't even know what do we call that?
National acts,
So we should be more
No,
concerned
no, no.
about musicians.
Well,
Local.
we do use a lot of local. And there's a lot
Well,
of
you're
local.
close to, you could call, there's plenty of, Bruce Springsteen lives in New York City. I mean, I don't want him there either.
We understand, well, I don't think we'll get him, but,
No, I know, my point being that local isn't going to help you here.
But also, Mr. Chairman, I wanted to let you know that the capacity on the overall premises was not over capacity.
right.
It was the deck, because we pulled security. We made a mistake.
Yeah, but the deck is included.
Right.
Absolutely, but I want you to know that
The overall maximum occupancy rate for the overall premises was not exceeded that night,
So it
on
doesn't
either
matter
night.
No,
if
but-
it's
but-
famous or non-famous, we're never gonna let more than 440 people on premises. In fact, we stop it.
I'm getting and the deck only is 112.
Correct.
And you had 300 on
I
it.
made a mistake. I pulled the security.
And there is an additional area of the deck, Mr. Chairman, which is also outside, but it's attached to the restaurant. So that's what we'll do. We will not have on the overall outside deck, which has no.
So you had
canopy.
3 separate areas people were coming and going.
Correct, and we're going to narrow that down where they can only come in from 2.
Okay.
So, thank you.
All right, I'll take, so that's no music after 8 and 25,000.
And you're accepting that?
Yes.
If Commissioner Ford's
Yes.
okay with it? Okay.
Yes.
Don't come back.
Next item, 230, Shoal Alba LLC.
Anyone here in opposition before? Good. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, Chairman Bradley and Commissioner Ford and the rest of the board. My name is Xiomara Handres, and this is my husband, Ethan. Thank you for the opportunity to appear before you regarding our application for a liquor license for our restaurant bar at 38.5 Main Street in Yonkers. We submitted a packet for today's hearing last Friday. I am hopeful that you had both the chance to review it. We are both lifelong Yonkers residents, and we live just a mile and a half away from our application premises. Upon filing this application, we obtained a waiver letter from the city of Yonkers that allowed us to file without waiting the required 30 days after we notified them. We have also provided petition signatures and support of our business from local residents in the immediate area. We truly believe that our family-run establishment will be a credit to downtown Yonkers. We would be glad to address any questions if you might have regarding our packet. Thank you for the time and your consideration.
Do you know the former owners here at all?
We have gotten to know them through the process of the purchase.
Are you aware what happened to their business?
We got, while we were talking about purchasing, they let us know that they have problems and that their license was suspended.
No, canceled.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Putting it, that they have problems, that's kind of like putting it mildly.
They didn't specify what they had.
Well, they had big problems. You know, disorder, police were called a bunch of times, noise.
But the ALJ has found that granting the license is in the public interest, that you've met the statutory burden. You have a letter of support here from Vincent Spano, the city clerk, and you also do from Anthony Carabello from the Business Licensing Services. I'm not sure who that is.
How did you find this place?
We looked online. We wanted to, we wanted to get into a business, and we have always talked about owning a bar restaurant. So it just happened to come about, and then we just contacted the realtor, and then that's how we got to know this place.
We also seen other places, place in the Plain Avenue, and this place actually, because of the area is being developed, it seems to be better.
And do either of you have any experience running this?
Well, I have 3 years manager on a restaurant in Ossining, New York. It was a friend's restaurant that I helped her open, and I ran it with her for that time. And now she just moved to a bigger location, and she's still,
Because here's my concern is that this place, the previous people that owned it, when they ran it, as we said, it was a huge problem. And I see that you want to have a DJ and with dancing.
Right, but
and have no security guards whatsoever, and that is a recipe for disaster.
Well, not as of now, because since we don't have the liquor license, we were thinking of running as a restaurant. Once we get the liquor license, then we will have, we actually know someone that has a license for security. He's a correctional officer in upstate, so he will be one of our securities. But we have not hired nobody yet because we don't know if we're gonna have the license. And for a restaurant, we don't actually think we need a security at this moment.
But what the other place turned into, because it was supposed to be a restaurant,
well, they
turned into something else because they weren't making money as a restaurant.
Right, because they.
Well, that we can't.
I understand.
You can't do that.
Right, they open later. They open at 4 and they closed at 4 in the morning.
What are you going to
We
close?
want to open at 11 and
Close.
like Sunday to Wednesday, we want to close at 12, and then Thursday at 2, and then Friday and Saturday at 4.
Yeah, well, it's Friday and Saturday is what I'm talking about.
Where do you plan on having the dancing?
Well, 'cause it's,
You gonna move the
there's a
tables
bar.
out?
No, the thing is, as a party, it seats 50 people. So you have like the whole area,
In between the tables and the bars where you're gonna have people dancing?
and yeah, basically
It's not a big place, it's not a big dancing, it's just, people,
getting in the mood. To,
they get in the mood and they get up and dance, and
and also from what we heard from the previous places, a different style of patron. Different environment.
Well, if you're going to have security guards, you need to tell us, which means you have to file an amendment to your application, because right now you're telling us you don't have them.
Well, we thing also with security is if we calls, if we,
I know, but you're setting yourself up for a situation that I can't let you operate without security. I mean, if you don't want the DJ then, or the karaoke, then I'm less concerned, but that's what my
music.
concern is.
They have live music too.
And live music. What's the live music?
like local bands, or someone like, I can tell you,
Like for example,
Acoustics
like
and
acoustic,
stuff, yeah.
somebody with not that many members, 'cause honestly,
Because the place is
not a
small.
lot of people fit there, so.
Yeah.
I don't have anything else.
I don't either. Ready to vote? Like I said, you got support from the city and signatures, so forth and so on. I'm convinced that you don't have any relationship with the past ownership, so I'm willing to vote to approve. I'll leave it at that. Let me see what the chairman has in mind, the hours and so forth.
I'm going to vote to approve closing at 12 o'clock Monday through Thursday, 2 o'clock Friday and Saturday. No live music, no karaoke. And that's it. No promoters. You don't plan on using promoters, do you? And you I hope
What
you
time
know.
is Friday and Saturday?
2.
So Thursday through,
Sunday through Thursday.
Sunday through,
What did I say?
they said Sunday to Wednesday, midnight, 2 a.m. on Thursday. That's what they were also looking
All
for.
right, do that.
And then 2 a.m.
2 on Thursday, Friday, Saturday. All right, good luck.
Good luck.
I hope you know what you're getting into.
Thank you.
You wanted them to have security.
Oh, yeah, come back, I'm sorry. Since you are doing the DJ and the dancing, you got to have 2 security guards Friday, Saturday. So you're going to have to file an amendment with us.
Just Friday, Saturday?
Yes.
Okay.
Or you can have them
I
all
can
night.
change it.
Oh, she can change it here, you don't have to file an amendment, all right.
great.
But you're going to have licensed security guards, meaning licensed by the state.
Right.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next item, 289, MKJ Innovations Corp.
289?
Yeah, it's disciplinary.
Hi,
Hi, good afternoon.
can you put your name on the record?
Michelle Kropakis.
So you own this business?
Yes.
And you filed to remove the business and then never moved it? Is that what happened here?
What address do you have?
Well, why don't you tell me what you filed?
So I was at 67 Ingraham. I think there was 2 different investigations. I'm just assuming there was 2 different ones because I got.
Well, we approved a removal to 67 Ingraham Street in Brooklyn,
Yes.
and you never moved there.
No, I moved to 67 Ingraham.
Oh, and then you had problems
Yes, I had a break-in.
and never told us, okay.
I had a break-in. I called. I reported it.
No, I mean, you never reapplied to move to a new place,
I did reapply.
They did reapply.
but you'd already moved.
I went before okay, so I'm at 67 Ingraham. I filed to be removed to, when I actually found a new location, I then filed stayed at 67 Ingraham for 2 months, then left. So September 24th, 2017, I left 67 Ingraham to go to 36 Waverly.
She did file an application September 12th.
Then how did we go there in August and find that there was nobody there?
I think the thing was, the license was still active
Yes.
at 67.
No, but she said she didn't move till September.
No, sorry. I moved to 67 Ingraham
No, I want to know when you moved out of 67 Ingraham.
September.
But our guy went to your spot in August,
Yes.
and you weren't there, in Ingraham.
Exactly, and I don't know where.
And not only that, he spoke to somebody else who was there, and they said they had no idea who you were or what you were doing.
Right, he actually spoke to the building's neighbor, not even my location's neighbor, somebody that I don't even know who they are, so I don't.
But he was allowed in the warehouse, and
He never came in, because there's a receptionist, and the receptionist never told me. The receptionist would have told him who I am and what business I'm running. He never spoke to the receptionist or the owner.
who did this?
The investigator or the prosecutor?
Both. But Brennan, I see. Then why are you paying?
I don't like being in trouble.
Well, I mean, if what you're saying is true, that you didn't move until September, and when she put the application in?
September 12th it was filed.
Well, there's still a violation.
No, but our guy went there in August and said, she's saying she was there in August.
I mean, there was a violation, but later, not on the date.
I get that, but we don't have any evidence of it.
No,
She admitted it, I get, but she's not on trial here right now, and our investigator indicated that he went there on August 7th. She's telling me she's there, so why would you plead guilty to something you didn't do?
I didn't plead guilty, and this
You
is-
are pleading guilty.
Okay, so this is my first experience with this operation.
Do you have any evidence that you were there on August 7th?
I have my lease, and
Well, not your lease. Do you have pictures, anything, or anybody that you can bring forward that would say you were still there in August?
no, because I
You
wasn't
signed your lease in
expecting this to
July.
come up. Sorry?
Did you sign, your lease is set up for July for the new location?
For 36 Waverly?
It was one of the Albany wholesale investigators.
September 1st.
Yeah, it's going to be effective September 1st.
Yeah, that's why I wrote on this, very strange.
It is very strange, and I don't understand it. That's why I was like, maybe it's my fault. I don't know, but,
Hold on one second.
The investigator did speak to you
investigated.
and confirmed that there had been a move because of the break-ins, which kind of ties into what you're saying.
Yeah, I was going to get into that. So there was a break-in in July. I reported it to the police. I had lessened my hours of being there, but I also wear.
But the investigator
Yeah.
claims that when he spoke to you, you said you hadn't been working out of that address since July.
Did you never go back there again after the breakout, after the break-in?
Absolutely. That's what I do, so I have.
What kind of business is this?
Manufacturer, distiller.
It's a distillery?
Yeah.
So, farm distillery? Is it dead deer?
I don't know, what do you?
I'm willing to reduce this a bit here.
I mean, Tom's right, there is technically a violation, it's just, it's not.
Well, there's a violation explained in the report. It
Right.
just didn't get converted into one of the charges.
So.
Although it actually did, because according to the investigator, the licensee was out since July.
Yeah, but that, she wrote a pretty detailed email indicating she wasn't.
Yeah, I was definitely there.
I'm willing to go half that amount.
No, I'm just going to give her a letter of warning.
It's even better.
All right.
You want the
Go
removal?
quickly.
We'll reactivate the removal application.
Next item, 249, Coffee 101 LLC.
Good afternoon, members of the board. My name is Michael Kelly, representing the applicant. With me is Diane Honeywell, one of the owners. Proceed.
Yep.
The applicant is applying for an on-premise liquor license at 14504 14th Avenue in Whitestone, New York.
So let me just, is there anyone here in objection to this? Okay, go ahead, I'm sorry.
Okay, we will be a coffee shop with bagels, oatmeal, yogurt, some eggs in the morning hours, and become a bar tavern in the evening. We'll be focusing on an adult crowd looking for a cocktail and something light to eat. We'll occupy the first floor and provide a quiet setting with background music only. We'll be catering to the neighborhood and not be a destination location. We have an occupancy of 28. There are 6 tables, 15 seats, and a 13-seat bar. Diane, one of the owners, will be manager and work 6 days a week from the early evening until closing. Diane worked at Pearl Stone Restaurant, which is located at 91 Pearl Street in New York City from 2003 to 2006 as a general manager. She also worked at Goat 50 LLC, located at 36 Peck Slip in New York City from May of 2007 to August of 2017, where she was also the general manager. Both locations had an on-premise liquor license. From Diane's recollection, there were no violations at either premise while she was managing it. The GIS system shows no adverse history at Pearl Stone, but it does not show a record for Goat 50.
So how is the business going to change from lunchtime to dinner time? Is it like, you're still going to serve the same food and stuff, but you're just going to have alcohol available?
In the morning, it'll be coffee and pastries, that kind of thing.
And-
And then we transition into lunch and dinner.
So like at 7 o'clock, what am I going in there for besides alcohol? 7 o'clock at night?
Sandwiches, bar food, salads.
Is your building the one right on the corner?
No, it's the one next to it.
What is that whole row of buildings? Is it just different businesses or what?
It's about 9 or 10 storefronts.
Yeah.
All small storefronts.
And do you know the residents that have indicated that they don't?
I think there's just one. Or is it more? Oh, wait a minute.
What are your hours, the closing hour? 1.
What was the bar that was next door that they said was no longer there? No knowledge of that?
Music? What's your music situation? Okay.
Occupancy, I said of only 28, 6 tables or that? Yeah.
700 square foot in total.
Okay. Excuse me for asking, what were your hours again?
1.
Till 1? 7 days a week?
All right, I'll vote to approve till 1 a.m. Waiver of the 2-bathroom rule. I believe it is in the public interest, given the variety of food, and I don't see how a place this size is going to disrupt anything in the neighborhood. So good luck.
Same here. Can I take like just 2 minutes?
Yes.
All right.
What are these? Do we have more signed up, Tom?
Yes. We have a while to go yet. When you're ready. All right, we're back on the record. The next item, 295, Stone Rose, Inc.
Good afternoon, Eric Di Bartolo.
Hi, good afternoon. This is Li Bing Xiao.
So what happened here?
We applied for a permit. We've had problems in our White Plains establishment. And we now applied and we put in for a reconsideration. We've put extensive amount of time and money into the town of Yorktown. It's a mall project. We completely understand the situations that we've had in White Plains. Where we are now, there's a 1,000-unit senior citizens facility at the Jefferson Valley Mall. We're part of their $42 million program, which is revitalizing the entire town of Yorktown plus the mall. Again, we understand the situations that we've had down in White Plains.
But I got information that you tried to sell, so you still own this, and you still have your interest in this, or your client does?
In
Fusion 2.
Fusion 2 is in the process of being sold, and we're ready to rescind the license.
All right, so, but, okay, that's the one you're selling.
Correct, it's almost finished.
Just hasn't closed.
It has not closed.
But you still have Fusion 1,
Fusion 1 we do have.
and then this.
That's correct.
All right, I'll grant reconsideration back to licensing.
Same here, back to licensing.
Good luck.
Next item is 237, Everything's Fine LLC. This is the one you pulled out before?
Yeah, you
because
had
it-
twice.
Yes. Don't blame Mr. Romano.
Good afternoon, Joseph Levy, here on behalf of Everything's Fine LLC. I believe we do have opposition present, if you'd like to hear from them first.
Sure. You're the opposition? Come on up.
Good afternoon. My name is Owen Wright. I'm the owner of W&G Wines LLC at 346 Livingston Street. My opposition is basically as
You're
follows.
open, right?
What's that?
You're open?
We opened in September.
Okay.
We've been open for 3
Oh, I
months.
see, we do have a sales number, okay. Oh, no, we
Well,
don't.
You have
Okay.
zero. Because
Right, yep.
I do have a document I'd like to show you that shows our last quarter sales.
Okay.
If you'd like to see it.
Sure.
You can ignore my cover letter.
I already got it, don't I? Yeah, I got yours.
The sales numbers are on the last. I just want to make 2 points, basically, and it's not without cognitive dissonance that I'm here, because I am, or was on the board of the Metro Tech Business Improvement District. I seek to promote retail in that area. That business district is the adjacent one to where I'm at now. And what's even worse is I know this petitioner's other businesses. I am a fan, I'm a client, and if they were in any other location, I would want them to open. However, they're, just a few doors down from us. So there's an issue of place and there's an issue of time. The issue of place, which you see the photos I've given you there, I've identified 14 other locations on that street, which would be excellent locations for a liquor store, just not the, 400 or 500 next to us.
It's the same thing, you can give it to them. Go ahead, I'm listening.
So that's the issue of place. They're just simply too close. If they were just a little further down, they would be serving a different group of people. The way Livingston Street is, it's being redeveloped. There's a lot of new towers coming in. The petitioner is in a tower next to mine, essentially, just a few doors apart. There's 4 or 5 going up down the block. If they were just in one of those other towers, I would be here to support them. But I can't get behind this application because it's gonna cause us a lot of trouble financially, which is the issue of time. We opened in September. We've lost money every month. Sales are growing, but they're not growing at a rate that would allow us to have another liquor store a few doors down. I just finished the January numbers. We lost $14,000 in January. That's not a paper loss, that's real money. Payroll's coming up next week. I got to find it, and it's scary. And I would also point out the other opposition from Grape Hill. I spoke with him yesterday. He wanted to be here, but with the change of date, he couldn't get someone to cover him. So he would like me to reiterate his opposition as well.
Okay.
Thank you.
And how far is it? I see the picture. Do you know in feet how far you are, or about?
Depends on how you measure. I've measured it a few times.
It's a straight line, right?
Yeah, well, 450 to 550.
Okay.
You know,
All right, so a block, almost a block.
Less than a block.
Okay. Thanks.
All right.
Okay, you have an application before you for a liquor and wine store at 300 Livingston Street. This is a newer redevelopment building. There are over 700 units directly above this proposed location. Although our opposition did acknowledge in his letter that there are a ton of apartments upstairs, he indicated that only a handful are occupied. That's very untrue. It's actually almost fully occupied, and if you'd like a letter from the developer to that effect, I'm sure I could produce one. This area is developing like crazy. I submitted a lot of materials that I'm sure you gentlemen had a chance to review with how many buildings are going up in downtown Brooklyn. It's one of the hottest area for new buildings, new residential, and redevelopment. So there's just an incredible influx of people. So the neighborhood would dictate the need for some new stores. As also pointed out by our opposition, there on Livingston Street, they do struggle with filling these currently vacant storefronts. And this has been a challenge for a long time now with new residential buildings being built, new amenities being offered. These storefronts are finally beginning to rent. My client, Nicolina, who's here today, she has actually doubled down in this neighborhood. She is taking 2 storefronts. One storefront for this proposed liquor and wine store, another storefront for a third location of her successful gourmet grocery store business. She has 2 other locations in Brooklyn, and she prides herself, and her partners, and their business model really is all about sourcing the very best, super unique products, cheeses, meats, breads, you name it. Sort of.
Where is that? Right next door? Or?
It will be. So there is a third location that will be under construction right next door to this wine and spirit store. So the idea, and of course, when this machine started to lease both spaces and put these sort of sister concepts together, was actually before our opponent here today had moved to this location. I believe he was previously at a different location, which is why it wasn't a flag for us initially.
Is that true? Were you at a different location?
We moved from Flatbush Avenue we closed down about 2 years ago.
Oh, you shut down completely and then moved to this one. Okay.
So we already begun the process of negotiating leases, putting this concept together before this application populated in the system, but we were aware of it, and the reason that we felt okay about it was because the store that Nicolina's looking to open here really does go hand in hand with her higher-end grocery store that will be next to it. She's curated 2 of these stores already very successfully. Really great feedback from people in the neighborhood, so much so that the developers of this particular building, which is a massive undertaking, handpicked her and her group to come in here and they pled with her to do another iteration of her grocery store and to see if she'd be interested in doing a wine and spirit store as well. Now, as you've seen in the materials, she's a certified sommelier, kind of a big deal from where she got her certification from, and her other locations have beer and wine product, grocery beer and wine product licenses. So she's been able to curate beer menus, wine product menus, and food, and that's been really fun and interesting. But her true passion is wine, and this would be an opportunity for her not only to do the food, do the beer, but also do the wine, marry them together. You've seen in some of the examples we provided the depth at which she goes about explaining wines, what she goes about offering to her patrons. So aside from the fact that this is a very bustling, growing, robust neighborhood that could certainly support another store, we feel that the concept is so unique here for a few different reasons. Number one, because it goes hand in hand with the unique grocery store that'll be next door, that'll be curated together, and it will
create a unique user experience, both stores, and two, because of her very specific knowledge in the way she plans to run the store. You're not finding the type of detail that we've provided to you by way of examples in any wine stores nearby, and she's doing that herself here to, again, enhance the user experience and to provide something that otherwise doesn't exist. So, the opposition mentioned that if we were 1 block away, that would be an area that is underserved, and that's 1 block away. And many of those retail spaces, and believe us, we've looked, have all been rented. So it's important to have the liquor store, wine store, and the grocery store next door to each other, so we've taken these 2 adjacent spaces. As far as crossover of inventory goes, my clients visited the closest store and finds that there's no crossover of inventory, for what that's worth. Additionally,
None? No, you can talk when they're done. None?
she said she's walked the store, she's checked the website, she said maybe there's 3 SKUs that she would consider holding, and she would feel very comfortable,
So you're not holding Absolute Vodka or Stolichnaya Vodka or? Oh, so you're talking about wine. Okay.
And, for what it's worth, there is no crossover in this inventory here. She feels that what she's doing is very, very unique. She's in a neighborhood that is growing very rapidly, as you can see here. And again, she was handpicked by the developer to provide this amenity, which she feels that she can, and she feels like she won't disrupt other businesses, and they won't necessarily disrupt her. The second closest store that you see here, which is really the only other one that we could talk about in terms of being too close,
Which we also just opened.
is actually more of an online platform. Their DBA is theliquorstore.com. So this is not a location that does a lot of foot traffic. They really have an online presence, and that's evidenced by their DBA. So what she's looking to do is she's looking to build upon a successful high-end grocery store concept that she's already created and has 2 other locations in Brooklyn. And she's looking to take it, put it in this location, and to add to it. And that experience for patrons, for neighbors, for residents here will be completely unique.
Okay. Now you want to say what you needed to say?
You need to come up, can you come up, please, and?
Just come to the microphone.
We specialize in small batch organic wineries. You stipulated that we carry a certain percentage of New York State wineries. So, yeah, we may not carry the same exact SKU, but we carry, obscure
The
grapes
same
from
idea, right.
Exactly.
Right.
It's not,
Just
we're
a
not a
different
bulletproof
brand.
store. We don't have, a lot of sales. These things are going to look a lot alike, judging by her other businesses.
Right, they're alternative products is all they are.
She would not be serving a need that we aren't fulfilling at this moment.
Other than the fact that she is a sommelier.
We have a sommelier.
Oh, well, that's good to know, too.
Anything else?
Nope, thank you. Mr. Levy, last word?
A few things. I'd like my client to speak, actually, and just on that point, there are different types of sommeliers and there are different types of certifications, and they are not all one and the same. And I'd like my client to actually speak directly so you guys can hear from her about her experience, how she sources her products, what she plans to carry, and how we're not just carrying alternative products. Now, could some be alternative products? Sure. But there will be some that are totally unique and you can't find anywhere else nearby. And again, how important that marriage is of the grocery and provision store next door with the wine store and what it gives them the ability to do in terms of just elevating a shopping experience for patrons and residents, allowing people to, take, pre-prepared foods and wine and have a meal at home that might be different than otherwise.
Okay.
For listening to me today. I'm really excited about this wine store because the past 2 years, I've really been focusing on wine as well as running the other businesses. But I really take pride in sourcing from all different areas, of the whole world. But I think specifically, I really like focusing on different price points. So I love finding great value wine from great producers that no one's heard of. And I've been able to travel quite a bit in the past year because I've had managers at my other stores, and I've been really focusing on sourcing different things that I haven't found in the retail market in New York. And I'm really connected to the community that I got certified from and the Guild of Sommeliers. And I just think I'd be providing a different experience. And I also just love my customers, and I love to get to know everyone, and I'm going to be there every day and helping them like pair, what they pair cheese and bread and everything that we sell next door with the wine. So it really is a different experience.
Okay, thank you.
And the last point that I'll just make, or 2 points really, is we have 8 years of license history here and 2 locations with a very clean track record. And the last item is if, and Chairman, you made this point, is this wine, is the spirits, what are we talking about? If this decision is going to turn on the spirits aspect of things, my client is most passionate about wine, so if the board would consider approving this as a wine store instead of a wine and spirits store, that's something that we would gladly accept.
And I see there's 4 other members of this group. They have no, other than investors, they have no involvement in it, or?
This is the group from the other grocery location.
But they don't work at those? And what is Willie B's Tackle? Is that your?
That's just LLC company name of the first store.
Of the grocery store, okay.
And Counselor, just to be clear, there's no issue with the other 4 members not being United States citizens. Mr. Riano, okay, all right.
Wasn't even aware they weren't.
But they're already licensed, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I see, they're from Canada, I get it, okay.
Canada, Germany.
All right, any questions?
No, none other than that. I really don't like licensing stores on top of one another, especially since this one was just opened not even 6 months ago. I do see what you're trying to pair together with the other store. I think that's kind of a unique concept. And, if you're willing to change it and make it just wine only, I think I would approve it. I think that's the only way I would approve it. So if you're agreeable to those terms, then I would approve it.
Well, are you going to wait for me?
I thought about it.
I'm going to go with him. That's what I was thinking anyway. I thought he was actually going to deny it, and I was going to try to talk him into wine, so.
That's why I mentioned it before.
Yeah.
It seemed like he was going in that direction. Be happy to make that change.
All right, I'll approve a wine store.
Wine only.
Good luck.
Thank you.
All right, then, the next item, 236, 1267 LRM Corporation.
See, this is what it should be. They all cordial at the end. We got to get them up in Barrington.
Oh, they're a long way from that.
I know.
All right. Which one was this? I'm sorry.
This is 236, is 1267 LRM Corporation.
Good afternoon. My name is Felicia Hernandez. My husband, Luis Rodriguez. We applying for the liquor license for the restaurant to give the customer a better extension. They've been asking. why-
So who was running the place
We are.
without the license? With the old people's license? This is 236, Tom?
Yes, it is.
So you bought this restaurant
Yes,
and it was licensed when you bought it?
yes. they
And you were
licensed.
selling liquor immediately?
No, the other people were still there. With
Oh, you were,
we were there.
but you owned it, but they still worked for you at that point?
Yeah.
How long were they there?
Like 6 months.
And how long until we found out you were selling liquor?
They was there when they.
They were still there when our investigator came in?
Yes.
And so this was back in 2014?
13, December 13.
13.
Yes.
And the restaurant's still open?
Yes. Yeah, it's still open right now.
And you're not selling liquor?
No.
And what's your hours?
Well, right now we're closing at 12.
What kind of restaurant is it?
Spanish food.
How are you doing a sports bar without liquor? Let me see it.
That was the name on it. I'm sorry.
So you actually have been open for 3 years?
We have 5 years already.
5 years? And what are your hours? You close at 12?
Right now, yes.
Well, all 7 days a week?
Yes.
And what, you play any music?
No.
None?
No.
Are you gonna?
I'm starving right now. This looks pretty good. Do you guys do delivery? Shouldn't show this to me. Here you go. Thank you.
All right, I'll, what, should we grant this, how late are you gonna stay open?
To 2?
All right, so I'll approve till 2. Just recorded background music, no DJs, no promoters, no dancing. I feel like I'm in Footloose. And that's it.
Thank you.
All right, he's got
hold
to
on
vote.
just for-
He's got to vote.
You have a letter of support from the community board. Voted in affirmative to issue the letter of support for you. Don't see that very often. I don't know how I could ever go against that. So you have my support as well. Approved.
Thank you.
Under those terms, 2 o'clock.
Good luck.
Good luck.
Next item, 293, SARB Convenience, Inc.
Good afternoon.
Hi, my name is Jay Yu. I'm a representative. She's a Mrs. Kawa. She's the president of the corporation. Mr. Singh is the husband and the manager of the premises. We applied for the grocery review wine product by Mr. Patel, who is a accountant, and somehow there was no progress, and then he finally his son actually contacted the SLA and found that I was disapproved because they didn't show up at the full board. Was held in August 2017. The son wrote the letter to the SLA for the reconsideration, and that was granted. And
No, it's here today for granting. It's not granted yet.
Oh.
What, you do enough of these to know that in Hempstead, they have to come here.
Yes, yes.
Because the mayor is very interested in who's selling alcohol and how they're doing it. And we've agreed to assist him in that. So, go ahead. What are the hours?
What are the hours?
Monday to Saturday, Sunday 9 to 5.
Do we hear anything, Jackie?
Nope, I didn't see anything in there.
So it's currently licensed now, the location?
So you're buying this place?
Yes.
So it's not a new license, it's
No.
just.
All right.
Stuff's old.
Okay, I'll approve.
I'll approve as well. Good luck.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next item is 276, Lightbox NY LLC.
Thought I would dance on my way up, but not a pretty sight. Morning, good afternoon.
Get out of bed earlier and get here at 8.
GW, I
You
got.
can get out of here
I
quick.
got so messed up on the GW.
We got across it okay.
Yeah, you crossed
You
at
got
7.
earlier. So, Robert Bookman for law firm Pazetsky and Bookman, David Appleson with me, he's the applicant. This is for reconsideration for a catering establishment license in the Bronx, which was denied, we feel, on an incorrect legal standard. I submitted some documents, a request for reconsideration, and a supplemental last week.
So the information that you're giving us is that he doesn't intend to cook any food, but he's going to contract with a concessionaire,
And we already have, and we make that condition of the license.
and it's going to be
Across the street from
exclusive,
us-
and it's an
across the street from us is there is a caterer, and we have contractors with them.
is it exclusive, meaning that that's the only one you're going to use, or do you plan on going shopping around for food?
For now, that's our exclusive. We plan on maybe expanding that to 2 or 3 concessionaires, so we can have different menu options. But the consumer, as you require, will only be contracting with us for a full package of room, food, and beverage. They will, depending on the food they want, there might be additional concessionaires which we would file. This is a process that we've done literally for decades with the SLA.
And what's the food prep area that you have at this premise?
We have a large open room, which has basics. It has refrigeration. It has, hand washing sink. The caterer generally brings in their own heating elements. Again, it's only from across the street. If necessary, they bring in convection ovens. It's all mobile. They roll it in. They roll it out.
And what's the max occupancy of this place?
200 people. It's mostly, we've been open for some time. You've probably had some one-day permits. It's a well-known location for film, and for the film industry. So we do a lot of film shoots. Movies have been done there. And obviously, they need catering when they come in. We'd like to expand to, weddings and that and the like. It's in a very commercial manufacturing area of the Bronx. We have community support, no neighbors, no residential neighbors.
Jackie, do you have any questions?
No, I was just trying to look for the diagram, but you said there is a food prepper. Is that the area where all the
Yes,
service is
I
going to
have
be?
that.
It's not separate, it's going to be part of the floor? All right, yeah, it's dangerous question.
This is, it's all,
all there.
it's right, all connected by doors. It's the back area of our floor, all on the same floor.
Chris?
No questions.
There'll be no time that you have no food concessionaire? You'll always have one?
Must have food anytime we
Oh, I
have a
know
book.
that, but
Every
do
time we have a booked event and we're only open as booked, there will be food, yes.
All right, I'll grant the reconsideration.
Reconsideration granted.
Back to licensing.
Licensing? Next item is 300B, Rivington F&B LLC.
Here for a CNC.
I'll accept.
Accept.
And apologies from the owners for losing track of this place. We apologize.
Didn't cost me anything.
No, we lost the place as a result of it, but they still
He's the
want,
one who ended up, you certainly complicated his life, but not mine.
they wanted me to apologize.
No problem, thank you.
Right is right.
Take care. Oh, you got another one?
We have the last one,
It's
right?
one more, I think if council agreed, it was a default, it's going to be sent back to
Yeah.
council's office.
Yeah,
Which is
whichever.
what?
The next item is 212, Magnetron LLC.
I want this one back. It's fine to reopen.
All right, council's indicating that that should go back. It's a default. I'll send it back to council's office.
Thank you. Mr. Ford?
Magnetron. Okay. Yep, back to council.
Thank you very much.
Next item is 221, S&G Peekskill Grocery Corp.
Good afternoon. My name is Daniel Guillermo. I'm the accountant of S&G Grocery Store.
My name is Ingrid Rodriguez. I am the owner of S&G Peekskill Grocery Store.
And who are you, sir?
The accountant. And
You're the accountant?
Yes.
And what's your father's name, ma'am?
Reyes Rodriguez.
Do we know the name of the previous applicant?
That is the name of the previous applicant.
Oh, that's what I thought.
It's,
Where is
second-
it?
Second line on the disapproval, for the prior disapproval.
I bought the grocery store from him.
Why?
He didn't want to be in business anymore, so I thought
And what were you doing before this?
I do bookkeeping
Or-
in Peekskill, New York for Mirror Light Mirror Inc.
Do you still work there?
Yes, I do, part-time.
Did you work there part-time before?
Full-time, I did administration as well there, but not anymore because of the business.
Where's your father work now?
He does taxi at the moment.
And what'd you pay for the business?
I paid $9,000. I did a deposit of $500 and I pay him monthly.
Yeah, I think, I mean, this license was denied to your father because of his criminal record, which he was not actually forthcoming with us on.
Mhm.
And,
That was a mistake by the person who was
well,
helping.
mistake or not, there's other ways he could have fixed that or try to fix it, but
Yeah.
to try to bring you up here and to sell it to you, and it's not really selling it, you gave him $250 down from what I have, you say 500.
Yes, it was 500.
And now you owe him 9,000, which means he's taking some of the income that you're gonna be making off the sale. I can't approve this. So I'm gonna deny it. It's too close to him. There's things he can do, and you can tell him this. He can go to a judge and get what's called relief from civil disabilities.
Okay.
And then apply again, and I probably would give it to him. But this isn't the way to do it. All right?
Okay, it wasn't.
I mean, I do forgive mistakes, particularly on these types of licenses, and he made a mistake, but he needs to do some work beforehand, all right?
Okay.
All right.
Yeah, just what he said.
Okay, the next item, 233, Burke Candy and Convenience Corp.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, and Commissioner Ford.
Hi.
Louis Malave here, Rep. And Mr. Asbari, tell you, speak into the mic.
My name is Muhammad Az-Zubaydi.
What's your name?
Muhammad Az-Zubaydi.
He's the principal.
Any relationship with the past licensee here?
The past licensee being which one?
His brother.
Brother, yeah.
That's what Kaid and the brother. It's his brother.
From a business relationship, I guess.
There's no business relationship, and he shouldn't be suffering for the sins of his brother.
Well, we all do.
Yeah,
we do.
Trust me, I have two of them.
Forgive.
Does he, where is his brother?
Where's your brother now?
My brother is in neighbor somewhere.
Where? Oh, he's in the Bronx somewhere. He has no, they don't have no ties to each other anymore.
Then how'd he get here? How'd he get to this store? He must have some tie, he didn't just find it on the street.
Well, he knows about the store because the store was.
The story got him fired.
Yeah, go ahead, tell the chairman.
The story got him fired like 2015, and he was close like for 2 years. And you know, and I hear about it. That's why I come over.
And why this store? I mean, there's plenty of stores, why do you have to get your brother's old store? In fact, it
Because-
seems like you have a store up in Albany. Am I wrong about that?
Yeah, I have a store in
So why not open another store in Albany?
He is a manager for this one.
Could be his brother.
He wants to make money.
Yeah, you make money in Albany, you make money in plenty other places other than your brother's old store where we took the license away.
My brother, he give.
He said that the license was surrendered.
It was surrendered because we were about to take it.
We impose cancellation and
What's
bond.
his record up in Albany? Nice?
His record seems to be fine. My concern is that he's not the real guy buying this store or trying to get licensed here.
The real guy buying?
Well, there's a part of me that just is suspect about that.
Well,
Who runs the store in Albany?
I have one management over there.
I mean, you live in the Bronx. Do you go up to Albany every day?
No, I go back and forth, not.
How often?
Like, sometime I go every week.
You said you have a manager in Albany?
Yeah.
A female? Is it a
who's the
female?
manager in Albany?
Over there, somebody, his name Carlos.
All right, have a good day. Denied.
I come back. Thank you. Have a lovely
Yep.
evening.
Denied.
Somebody.
Somebody.
That's what we call Tom. Tom is somebody.
As far as he knows.
You better be a nobody. Next item, 231, Rancho Mio Corp.
Good morning, good afternoon, members of the authority, Council Riano,
Good afternoon.
Mr. Downey. My name is Aurelia Taveras. I'm with New York Business Licensing. I have the owner of Rancho Mio, Edgardo Ruiz. He's interested in a full liquor license for a Mexican bar in 524 Brook Avenue.
And what's different about this restaurant bar than the place we shut at this exact location in August of last year?
Well, 100% different. This, the operating
Looks the
hours.
same to me.
Well, the operating hours are, he wants to close midnight weekdays and only 2 nights a week at 2 a.m. I asked him if he was going to have security. He said no, because he's a restaurant. There's no dancing. They're asking for live music, but it's for a mariachi, which is usually an accompaniment to a Mexican restaurant. He comes around with a
And it's also
guitar.
dance music, isn't it?
No, mariachi is a guitar player, Mexican.
And he needs a
singing Mexican
DJ
tunes.
for that?
Well, DJ is for the music. I've often spoken on Spanish restaurants and the need to have music in the environment. It could be recorded, but DJ, he was going to have some screens with mariachi running when he didn't have a mariachi working. So it's
I mean,
thematic.
it's the same. Do you know what the history of the former place is yourself?
I do. I was approached by the landlord on this, and these guys, he used to work at, actually a busier location, which is, what was it? Caliente Cab by NYU. It's like, it's historic. It's been there 30 years. He has experience. Him and his wife, even actually, he's so crazy. He brought me the receipt showing that his annuity, that they put their life savings into this business. He's going to have help from his wife. It's not a party environment. There's not going to be dancing. And it's clear that Mexican food.
Going to the 40th precinct to see, if you can enlist their support for this in any way?
I can sit, I usually sit with the precincts, but since this is not the same owner, he doesn't have a history with the SLA.
That's the other issue. He has no history with the SLA.
Well, he's worked at restaurants before, bars and restaurants before, and Caliente Cab is one of the busiest restaurants downtown by NYU. So if you can handle that kind of crowd, you can handle anything. And the hours are completely different.
That's not in his.
Yeah, we don't have anything on his employment history that he worked anywhere,
When
other than the Power Electric Corp.
I should have added it then. That was a failure on my part, not his.
And when did he work there?
You want to speak? Yeah.
I worked there when I was 19 or 20.
So it was like years ago. How old are you now?
I'm 25.
So it was 6 years ago.
This previous place was a big focal point for police attention. I mean, we shut it down.
I understand. I also, he wanted a restaurant. I would not represent anybody working at doing that, a similar type of, because the landlord went extensively into it. He wouldn't even lease to him if it wasn't with limited hours and this type of restriction. We could remove DJ if it's such an objection, but I don't, it's not.
I mean,
we
the
don't
reason
have
it's
those
an,
types of,
the reason it's an objection, and you and I have this argument over and over again, is because you come in here and you try to relicense places that we shut. And we shut them because they said, oh, we're going to be a restaurant with a DJ, and then they end up being a club. And then you want to open the same thing again.
Well, we have no.
And you tell me, no, it's not the same thing, and a year and a half later, here I am again.
Well, it hasn't, you've seen me less often, and that doesn't, that's
I'm not blaming you, I'm just saying that we keep going in this circle.
Oh, well, the same argument, I would
And
hold
this,
that.
you know, and your
that
client, and I'm sure he has the best intentions, and now he's going to invest his hard-earned money in this, and ask for all of these things that he really shouldn't have, because at the end of the day, when I take the liquor license because he's not abiding by the law, he's going to lose everything.
Well-
And that does not make me feel good.
I know. Well, I asked for, we'll give back the request for a DJ. The community board didn't have an issue with it. He sat with the community board. And when, as you know, when there has been a history at the location, we asked that there be consideration on the hours. There's no 4 a.m. request. We're not asking for dancing. And the
But see, that's
mariachi-
why I asked you if you knew what went on at this place.
knew what went on at
Everything
that
that went
place.
on at this place went on before 1 o'clock in the morning. It was all at 12 o'clock. It was at 11:30. It was at 1 o'clock. It was not at 4 o'clock and 3 o'clock.
Then let us close at midnight every day of the week. They want an opportunity.
How did you find this place?
Yeah, my cousin used to work in that place, and he told me that they were about to close it, so I felt like it was a good opportunity for me to open a business that basically is already there.
Is your cousin going to work here?
No, he's not going to work there.
Okay. What's the occupancy going to be?
It's going to be 74.
Any issues or questions there, Chairman?
No.
You know, I'm going to give you some advice. In the future with stuff like this, where something was a focal point for police attention, it would be great to have something from the appropriate precinct that at least says they don't have any objection or something like that. I don't have to look for support, but just something that says we are aware of the premises, what they were before. I'm willing to approve this only because you appear to be a person of character here in front of me. That's the only reason. It should be shut down at midnight, 7 nights a week. As far as the music goes, where was that? I looked at your license. You checked off pretty much everything, I think, on the.
Yes, he did.
They did. So, non-amplified guitar mariachi. I think recorded is okay. I'm not going to go with DJ though, because I understand how that just raises the atmosphere sometimes. So recorded, jukebox. I'll even give you karaoke.
Can we have the mariachi? It's only a one guy with
And a mariachi, yes, yeah. But no DJ, and no dancing.
All right, I'll go along with that. So the live music is non-amplified, acoustic. And then I agree with everything else.
All right.
Thank you.
Good luck. Good luck.
See, I have another one, Berbice, but
Yeah,
because.
hold on.
Oh, I'm sorry.
All right, the next item I have signed in is 291, Kaz's Bar and Restaurant LLC. That's the next item I have signed in.
Hi.
afternoon. So I'm here today about Kaz's Bar and
Could you just
Restaurant.
note
My
your
is
name
Jamie
for the record, please?
What's your name?
My name is Jamie Spillane, and I'm representing Kaz's Bar and Restaurant. This is an application to reconsider a change in method of operation. We had submitted a change in method of operation to include security guards, 3 licensed security guards at the premises. It had been denied, and the concern was that the facility is working as a nightclub under the guise of a restaurant. The license is as a restaurant bar. One of the issues that our licensee faces is that they are on the border of Connecticut, and they get a lot of clientele that crosses the border to take advantage of the later hours of operation in New York than Connecticut allows.
When's the last time you talked to him?
The last time that I talked to my client?
Yeah,
A couple of days ago.
because we just talked to the state police. Were you aware of that?
No.
February 5th. Same stuff. Basically, a carbon copy of what they had been doing before, which I don't know that would have really affected this decision anyway, because it certainly justifies my reasoning more. But they have more charges coming that are almost identical to what happened before. We didn't get the referral yet, but I imagine we will be getting it shortly.
Sure.
Yeah. But it was DJ, same disorder. So I'm going to deny. And I'm not saying I would never reconsider doing this, but they're going to have to show that they can do what they're supposed to be doing for at least a year. And that's going to be a year from the date from February 5th, so.
I wasn't aware of the state police.
No, I just found out 10 seconds ago.
Well, actually, it was not just the state police. Our investigators went there after the state police and found this.
Okay, all right.
And that's report from February 5th?
Yeah.
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 And I'm going to vote to deny as well.
Thank you. Sorry you had to drive down.
Next item is 211, KB Venture Group LLC.
Oh, no, that was disclosed, right?
I can't imagine it wasn't if we were there too. Otherwise, Bart would have said that.
Chairman, Commissioners.
Hi.
Kerry Council, Kerry Katsouris for the licensee, and with me is the licensee, Mr. Imran Jairam. This went to a hearing. There were 16 charges.
Yeah, so let me go through them. Dismiss 1, dismiss 2, sustain 3, dismiss 4, dismiss 5, sustain 6 and 7, dismiss 8, sustain 9, 10, 11, 12, dismiss 13, sustain 14, dismiss 15 and 16.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to bring something to your attention. In preparation for coming here today with reference to one of the charges, that charge dealing with the character of the security guard company, I looked at 70A of the general business law, and I learned for the first time that a licensed private investigator can operate a guard company. And that was the license, that was the type of contract that my client had at the time these charges were brought. And I'm sorry I didn't.
What charge number is that?
That would be,
It's 8, no, 9.
9.
I'm sorry.
It's number 9.
9.
I have the section of the law here. I'd like to show you.
Hold on a second.
Thank you.
And what section are you saying it is?
78 of the general business law.
7-A?
70-A.
70.
How is that not in conflict with 7-A of the business law?
I'm reading from 70-A.
Was he registered?
Can I read it?
Yeah.
No, was he registered, though?
The security guard company was registered as a private investigator with the New York State Department of State. 70A reads as follows. The Department of State shall have the power to issue separate licenses to bail enforcement agents and to watch, guard, or patrol agencies. Nothing in this article shall prevent a private investigator licensed hereunder from performing the services of a watch, guard, or patrol agency or bail enforcement agency as defined in this article. However, a watch, guard, or patrol agency or bail enforcement agent may not perform the services of a private investigator as defined in this article.
But, Chris, how is that not in conflict with 7-A?
Possible it is.
I can hand this up to you. Mr. Rihanna?
Well, Mr. Katsouris, I mean, right here now, it's not going to make a, no, it's okay.
I just think that it's so blatantly in conflict with Article 7-A, Section 89-F, that they're referring to two different things.
Carves out, it says that if you're a private investigator, notwithstanding what else is in this article.
But it doesn't talk about a security guard company.
It says, guard or patrol agency. Bail enforcement agents and watch, guard, or patrol agencies. The only type of guard we have here is security.
But you're going to the merits of the case now.
No, I'm just.
Yes.
I could have moved to controversy, and I didn't. I'm just here, just.
You know, I just don't think that it applies to the same article that we're charging him under. But at any rate, it would be a legal question that I'm not going to get into here, and it's not going to really affect the penalty at any rate,
Right.
given the number of charges that are here. I mean, I don't know what you want me to do with this. This guy's been open for 4 years,
Took over 100% of the business last year, Chairman.
but what's he doing?
Trying to maintain the business in good order. There's no complaints from the community board. Been compliant.
Well, we obviously got complaints because we ended up there.
Mr. Chairman, I think a significant fine is in order in this case.
There are pending cases coming.
How many?
One.
I see 2 non-completed cases.
I mean, he already took 15,000. He's going to take more than that?
That was the prior owner.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
$750.
8 charges sustained. What are you at?
I'm at least 20,000.
Okay. 20.
You got more charges coming, right?
Well, that'll, I mean, you might as well fight those because that's going to be the end, I'm assuming. Yeah.
Next item, 242, Berbice Bar and Restaurant Corp. Anybody? Okay. How about 292, Jupiter Food Mart Corp.
Shouldn't Frank be flying in here pretty soon?
It's not coming today, I would guess. It's not.
Good afternoon, Chairman. My name is Manny Tulasan. I'm representing Jupiter Food Mart with Hormel Building. Last time, out of grocery.
Wait, what's your name?
Manny Tulasan.
You're the owner?
No, he's the owner.
And you're looking for reconsideration?
Yes.
I mean, the problem that we had last time hasn't been fixed.
But you know that 2004, April 1st, when first starting that business, that time somehow Harper Ride name is there, but in 2005, He handed over all the shares to the.
No, the reason that he got denied, or the main reason he got denied, is because he borrowed money from both the person, the availee and the availer, and he still owes them money.
I do understand,
Well, what's changed then?
because that, 2004, when I apply, we already submit the 2005 tax return for the Harper Rye.
I see your tax returns, but it doesn't matter to me. He still borrowed money from, because we took their license, they're not going to make money off of this. So he needs to go get a different funding source.
Yeah, we already paid, and he borrowed from the, his father, from 20,000, whatever we.
Well, then he needs to reapply and show us that, but he's not going to get you're not going to get a reconsideration on that here.
So we have to apply a new license for the same company name, or we have to?
I don't care what company name he used, but he can't be borrowing from the people he borrowed from on this one.
We already paid back to that money.
You paid it back already?
Yeah.
Then the license is, then our application's not accurate.
What do you mean, we have to reapply again?
Right now, it shows that he owes them money on our application.
Yes. But
You're telling me he doesn't?
We submit that copy of the SIG, we paid the Harman, Harper Rye.
Does he understand? Am I saying that incorrectly?
No, it's the fact that it's also, the application was back in September. Clearly, the facts have changed.
Right.
Maybe in your best interest to reapply with the current information you have now.
Right.
Where all your funding's coming from, a nice, clean application, non-cluttered.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next item, 235, Saratoga Liquor, Inc.
Good afternoon, Commissioner, Chairman, Council, members of the board. I'm Michael James. I'm representing the applicant Saratoga Liquor, Inc. that's located at 769 Saratoga Avenue in the busy cross-section of Saratoga Avenue and Livonia Avenue. With me today is the operating applicant, Wing.
Are there any objectors here? No.
Yes, I will note there is no objection.
No, there is. Nobody showed up, but we got 2 letters.
Oh, we got 2 letters, okay. I don't have a copy. Did you receive the supplemental information as well?
We got whatever you sent in. I don't.
So.
Why, is he bulletproof?
Yes.
And who else near him is bulletproof?
All of them are bulletproof. Everyone's bulletproof in that area.
The one closest to him is a 2,000 square foot bulletproof store. Franchina, Lem's Wine and Liquors is bulletproof.
That's not quite, I went to each location, and that's not quite 2,000 feet.
All right, well,
2,000 square feet.
all right, Elka Wine and Spirits is 2,500. No, that was.
That's the one on Kings Highway?
Yes.
Right, that is a major store. That is about 2,500 square feet. It is in the center of another hub in Brooklyn. It has gas stations, supermarkets, dry cleaners,
Okay,
laundromats.
but that is not bulletproof.
That is bulletproof. I saw that. That is bulletproof.
Yeah, they use it as storage.
All right, okay.
So if I may, so he would be opening in a center of another hub in this area. The city just did a renovation of the three-line train, and that stopped.
So my other question to your client is, he applied before. Did you do that application?
Not do the application. Did you?
And did he say he applied before?
He did apply before.
Yeah, and does he know why he was
Well, I don't know if you consider apply because I bought up a karaoke before, and the license got transferred to me.
Yes, so he did operate a different establishment, an on-premises license for karaoke. I think it was beer and wine, correct? It was beer and wine?
All right, so I don't know if he was denied or not, but he applied previously for something, and when he applied, he didn't indicate to us that he'd been arrested, which...
Okay.
But, once again, he applied this time and didn't indicate to us he was arrested.
And I understand that he thought that was a violation, and back then, I think they arrested.
So he learned it, we told him that you needed to tell us, and then he applied again and decided that he shouldn't tell us again?
I'm not sure who did the application last time, but I think his understanding of it, it was a violation.
Well, it's a misdemeanor.
Right. And I do understand it now that I did understand that. He understands that now this time as well. And so we disclosed it once we.
Yeah, but that's a big deal. I mean, the crime wasn't a big deal, but it's a big deal because if you're not telling us that, what else isn't he telling us?
I understand, Mr. Chairman, but I'm not sure why it was not disclosed last time. I think that somebody else.
Well, why wasn't it disclosed this time?
Well, I asked him if there was a criminal record. He did not understand that that was a misdemeanor rather than a violation. A lot of those misdemeanors are pled down to violations. So I do believe that he thought that same disposition happened in this case, and it was my understanding as well.
Yeah, but I think we told him last time, didn't we? He got fingerprinted twice. That's what I'm saying, is that he was denied, I'm guessing denied because he.
I don't doubt, I'm not sure if he was told that, but I do understand that there was a language barrier back then. So I'm not sure if he understood at that point in time what he actually was charged with or what the disposition was after the outcome of the case. That's what my conversation with him was once I found out that he had a criminal record. So it was not intentional, especially on my part. We did not intentionally withhold that information. I do understand the prior application did not have it as well, but I don't believe did you do that application last time yourself?
No, somebody did it for me, and
Right.
And that was a transfer.
Okay.
So I don't know exactly how that worked, but the person who did when I bought the business, he recommended somebody, and he said, the license could transfer, and then I applied for that.
What was that, Ocean Lounge Karaoke?
And I do believe he has a clean license from that operation as well. There were no issues there.
No, he doesn't.
I guess I spoke too soon.
I mean, it's not recent, but he doesn't have a clean license.
Okay.
I mean, it's not earth-shattering either, but. What about La Linda Wines and Liquors? Is that open? La Linda on 868 Thomas. Boylan.
That is open. It is again, I went to these areas. It is a little bit of a sketchy operation, or the area surrounding it, but she is in the middle of other stores, a deli. She has restaurants around her, apartment buildings right across the street. She's open at this point in time. Also bulletproof as well. I will say.
So why does he want to do a liquor store?
So he was working previously for Verizon. Verizon? I thought it was Time Warner. I thought it was Verizon.
No, it's Time Warner.
Okay, that was my mistake.
That's all right. Same job.
Yeah. So he's working for Time Warner, and they, I'm not sure if you know, they went on strike because Time Warner has not taken care of them the way they should. So he decided to make a transition at this point in time. He does know the owner, the building owner is renovating the whole building, and there is a massive renovation in that specific block, that cross block, the cross streets.
Does he have any relatives in this business?
No. Do you have? No. He does not.
600 square feet. I don't see anybody doing really well here. Everybody in the area seems to be. This couple didn't even respond. I mean, there's 3 stores licensed within the past 3 to 4 years. 2 of them didn't even respond, and I don't see anybody with business increasing. So I don't know where the chairman is, but I don't see any reason that I would see a public need advantage to approve this.
Can I respond to that before you actually speak the words? So I think a part of the reason that we've seen a decline or a stagnation in those sales numbers is because there's been renovation in the area. The city shut down the 3-line train in that specific block in that specific area. Now, the supplemental documents I submitted, we see that their ridership every week is at the lowest level, 5,500 riders a week. At the highest level, it's 8,800 riders a week.
What train is it, the L?
The 3 train. So they've shut it down since 2016. They went through a massive renovation of this particular line, and now it's back open. And so we're just now, that neighborhood's just now regenerating their commerce. It's not I understand the numbers may not be as strong as they should be, but I think this is the major reason why it has not been that way. And I do think that with this renovation and just the initiation of all of this investment in the area, the neighborhood would support a new package store. And those numbers would go back up or increase for the other stores.
And he's only going to be, what, 600 square feet? Is that total, or how much is that? Oh, 600 retail, I'm sorry.
Right. So it's a bigger.
2,100.
Yeah. It's a lot of storage, isn't it? What's the rest of that square footage going to be used for storage?
It's office space, 2 offices in the back, and then the basement is just going to be storage as well.
Oh, so 1,000 square feet of that is basement?
Right. It should be basement.
Protest from this 145.
And then I want to note that.
Are you still?
Yeah, I'm still not convinced.
Yeah, I'm going to vote to deny as well. And we did open 2 stores in late 2015, two of the 5 closest, and then the closest one definitely has shown a significant decrease. It may be what you're talking about, but it may not be. If you wait and come back in 6 months and their numbers are up, then maybe I would consider it.
Okay. Sorry. All right.
Next item, 299, Exit Hospitality Group LLC.
Good afternoon, Thomas McCowan for the licensee, co-licensee Zach Erdem.
Why do I not have? Is this on over, Tom?
No.
No.
299?
299.
How do I keep missing things? I got it. Okay, sorry. How you doing?
Very well, thank you. I'll let you know when about.
Yeah. Do we have anything open on this place?
I can check.
Well, Mr. Riano's checking. There was a hearing. I concur with the finding of fact, but I disagree with the ALJ's opinion. I think he's stretched it a little too far. You have 2 admittedly unconnected instances.
No, you're not.
One, the ALJ found that there was no suffering permitting. The second one was testified a number of times that it was a single sucker punch. So you have 2 isolated events. By definition, a sucker punch is unforeseeable.
Well, the first one I kind of agree with you on. The second one I kind of agree with the ALJ on because they acknowledged that the person that was in the bar was a known troublemaker. That did the sucker punching.
Well, that was simply the testimony of the one officer. The licensee's witness, he stated that that's not the case. There isn't a list of known troublemakers. So, again, I can also disagree with the ALJ there. In his opinion, he concluded that they should have detained the 2 combatants, but in the finding of fact, Officer Calloway testified that the combatants were immediately separated, that there was a sucker punch.
And they didn't call the police.
One went to the hospital, and the other left. They didn't call the police because they probably concluded that it was sudden and spontaneous.
Yeah, no, I'm going to sustain 1 and 2.
Sustaining 1.
Charge 1 and charge 2.
But not to be argumentative, it appears as if admittedly by the ALJ, he did not sustain based on the Alexander.
Yeah, he sustained both,
No, he
didn't he?
sustained the charge, but he said admittedly there was no suffering permitting on the first one, and the second suffering permitting, the testimony was clear. It was.
No, it's not clear. It says here that the officer testified that security informed him that Schwartz was a known bad actor who had created problems at the premises in the past. That, to me, is knowledge. You're asking me to accept the fact that the cop was lying, and I'm not going to sit here and judge the credibility of a cop since the ALJ does that.
Well, again, there was no evidence provided other than he spoke to some security member.
Well, that's all
However,
that's admissible.
But we had testimony from the head of security that no such list exists.
And the ALJ believed one and didn't believe the other. That's all. I mean, that's my view.
But you have the licensee co-principal here who had no knowledge of a list that was retained also.
And like I said, the ALJ judged the credibility.
Mm-hmm.
But because it's really tied to the same incidents, I'll do 3,000.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking.
All right, thanks for your time, attention, patience.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The last items I've signed in are 220, 232, 240, 286, and 300A is Milk River Cafe.
Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
Chairman, Council.
Hi. So I have been informed that your financial situation makes it impossible for you to stay in business if you are required to pay the fine that was imposed.
Yes.
And that you've taken significant actions to make sure that the incidents that occurred don't occur again.
Absolutely.
So I'm willing, based on that representation, to decrease the fine to 10,000. And good luck.
Thank you.
The other conditions will still
Yes,
stay
the
in
other
place.
conditions are still in place, but I think that was 6 months, and that's probably almost all already run, right? So you can reapply for the music and the hours shortly. I don't know exactly what the date is, but you should go back and watch the videotape, but I'm sure it's close, right?
Probably at this point.
Yeah.
I just want to say that I've been completely traumatized by this experience.
So have I.
I've never
Believe it.
I've never, like, you know, my dream was to open a business. I never intended for all of this. We've been proactive. I have no.
Well, just continue to be proactive, and Commissioner Ford, you can do, after he votes, though.
Oh, yeah. I'm good with that, too.
All right.
Thank you.
Good luck.
Good luck.
All right, I have no other matters signed in. I don't have them yet. Can you
What
get
are
the
they?
Go grab the sheet.
Well, just, no.
Not the clipboard, just need the sheet. Now I gotta get the clipboard back. All right. 299, 265, which,
260.
Good afternoon,
the
Joseph.
glossary, right?
Yep. Joseph Levy here on behalf of the licensee. There's a CNC offer in front of you. The substance of the violations here all came from a pretty unique situation. I did not do the original license application here. I got involved when they were doing an alteration later. It appears as though there was a letter of no objection initially that was good for this restaurant. They filed the application with that. They were granted the license. They were open for business. About a year subsequent, the letter of no objection was rescinded for some reason. Again, this all kind of predated my involvement. For whatever reason, New York City first got savvy to the fact that there was a letter of no objection rescinded, a new one issued that didn't cover their use. There was a multi-agency task force visit, and although they had renewed their health department permit, that renewal was rejected because they weren't operating legally in terms of the DOB and city code. They worked with the DOB for a number of months. They were given incremental allowances along the way by the city to legally be open, although they didn't actually get their health department renewed until there was finality to the situation. It was during that window of time that there was this visit, there were these violations. Everything's been cleaned up, hence why the Department of Health license was finally renewed. The liquor license was renewed.
Okay.
Again, there's no disciplinary history here other than a $100 fine, which actually predated these events, although it was heard, postdated these events, but was heard previously for some reason. But I mean, this is a pure restaurant, and we elected not to go to a hearing on any of this and to try to just do a CNC here because they have other business interests, they have other places they're looking to open and operate, and so with that said, and with the context said, we did make an offer, but considering it's a clean history and what happened here is rather unique, and you see it's, books and records and.
Yeah, I'll do 6,000. The offer's 7,500.
I was going to say 5.
All right, I'll go 5.
5 is great. Thank you.
Next item is 252, Atlas Hugged Incorporated.
This one's a little different.
262,
252.
52. Atlas Hugged, that's funny.
Joseph Levy here on behalf of the applicant, Atlas Hugged, another CNC before you.
So you're asking us to dismiss 2 charges, Chris?
Yes, I believe so. 7, 9 to
Dismiss 7 and dismiss 9 at the request of council. And I'll accept the CNC.
Thank you.
Accept.
Thank you.
Take care.
Okay.
All right, thank you. Now I have no other items signed in. All right, so 206.
Should be 3,000. Sale to minor.
Yes, sustain 1, 3,000. That was an interesting case. That's just a father and son getting drunk together.
207.
Not having a father who drank. It never happened in my house. Sustain all charges, revoke for the record.
207, revoke. Yep.
208.
3,500.
3,500.
213.
Sustain 1, dismiss 2, sustain 3 and 4, 1,500.
1,500.
214.
Cancel and bond.
Cancel and bond.
215.
Sustain 1, dismiss 2 and 3, sustain 4, dismiss 5 and 6. How can we do both of those charges? Can we do sale without appropriate license and extension of premises?
Well, he extended one of his premises and he sold.
They're talking about the same area. It's.
You're either licensed in the area or you're not, right? If he did the extension of the premises, presumably he'd be licensed. I guess you could do both.
Without obtaining the appropriate license, therefore
Right,
required
because
by
the place
this.
you extended would not be,
So no person, meaning
All
an
right.
individual.
10,000.
Yeah, 10,000.
216.
3,000.
3,000.
218.
5,000 because of their history.
The charge hasn't been sustained. Will we still do that? I mean,
No, it was just.
default?
It's a default.
default, I'm sorry. Yep, okay, 5,000, sorry.
219.
Accept.
Accept,
223.
Accept.
accept,
224.
I got a lot of questions for these people. The previous license at the location was canceled for serious violations. It's on Roosevelt Avenue, which is a problem street in Queens, so I'm going to deny based on the fact that I can't answer any of those questions.
deny. And no one's here.
Because nobody's here.
225.
Accept.
1,500 accept,
226.
Accept.
3,000 accept,
229.
Accept.
5,000 accept,
238 and 239.
Accept.
10,000 accept, yeah.
241, we got a email late yesterday from Mr. Parisi. Apparently he was away, did not see the calendar on the web, and is flying in today from wherever he was. He's looking to have it held over.
This place is a problem place.
What? Playroom?
Yeah.
This is what, this 222,
I mean, they've been fined
is it?
$45,000.
Well, if you want to hold it over, it'd be 228.
Yeah, I don't have a problem with that.
Yeah, we can hold it over.
Okay.
But make sure you have your,
I'll say they have
remind
not-
me that that's a problem.
not
when he's
renewed?
here. I don't know how we're going to find them. Okay, what's the next one, Tom?
242.
Dismiss 1, sustain 2, sustain 3, sustain 4, dismiss 5, 5,000.
5,000.
243,
Accept.
6,000, accept.
244,
Sustain 1, 3,500.
3,500.
245,
Accept.
Accept.
246,
Cancel and bond.
Cancel and bond.
247,
Accept.
247 is a default.
247.
Defaulted hearing?
No, pleading default.
What'd I say?
You said accept.
Oh, I'm sorry, 3,000.
Is the fact that since it's 2007, does that matter at all? Oh, 30.
Not to me.
2,000. Okay, never mind.
248,
Accept.
Accept.
250,
Sustain 1, 7,000.
7,000.
251,
Accept.
Accept.
253,
Accept.
Accept.
254,
Cancel and bond.
Cancel and bond. It's closed.
255,
6,000.
6,000.
256,
3,500.
3,500.
257,
3,500.
Yes, because they had no history in 5 years. 3,500.
so you're accepting and reducing, right?
Yes.
Okay. 260,
Accept.
All right, 260 is a.
Either approve or disapprove.
No.
I don't have 260.
Magic Market?
I do have it, hold on, I saw it here.
No protest, but I had here that not a great history. But
Applicant's previous license was canceled. He has a history on untaxed cigarette sales to minor, and he appears that he was canceled last time because he owed us money, and he can't answer any of those questions, so I'm denying.
because he ain't
Because
here.
he's not here.
On 262, Mr. Flynn contacted me. He has a note from his doctor to excuse his absence today. So he'd like it held over to 228.
I don't even want to know what's wrong with him.
263 and 264.
Accept.
Accept.
266.
Cancel and bond.
Cancel and bond.
267.
3,000.
Yeah, I'll give him 3,000. They sent 2 people in.
268.
Accept.
3,000, accept.
269.
Accept.
3,000, accept.
270.
3,500.
35 big ones, yes.
271 and 272.
It's a bad case.
I don't know anything about it. Good
But
name.
I'm going to counter.
Kinda low.
Yeah, it's very low. I'm going to counter 13,000.
Oh, I had 10.
All right, counter 10.
10, okay.
Okay, 278.
3,000.
3,000.
279 and 280.
Closed to cool off right now.
I'll accept.
Yeah, 12,000, accept.
281.
2,000.
2,000.
Is it 2?
2,000, yes.
282.
2,500.
Could have had 2,500.
283, 84, 85.
Accept.
5,000, accept.
287, 288.
Accept.
2,500, accept.
290.
Revoke for record.
280. Revoke for the record, yes.
296.
I knew when we did this, this was coming back. I'll grant the reconsideration, fine 5,000, down from 10,000 because of their bad history.
296, 5,000.
297.
Sustain all charges, revoke and bond with a prescription.
Vulcan bond, yeah.
And the 2-year prescription, Commissioner?
Yes.
Okay. 298.
I don't have too many. Yes, I do.
Warrior Palace.
Grant the reconsideration, reduced to 500 to be consistent with the delegation.
500.
300C.
Accept.
Accept.
I don't have any other items on the calendar. Chairman, you have anything, Commissioner?
Nope.
All right, then we are adjourned.